right, looks like it's 9 o'clock, so I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, March 19th, 2024. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, good morning, everyone. We're not used to an audience, so welcome. It's a nice change of pace. We do have a quorum present this morning with all 5 commissioners in attendance. And with that, commissioners, if you don't have any corrections or questions on the agenda, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Toman,
I would make the motion.
a motion to approve by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. First up, Commissioners, under tab A today is a public hearing for Resolution 2403 PR01, which is establishing user fees for the Trap and 5 stand at the Trap Club. With us this morning is Public Works Director Gene Legursky. And good morning, Gene.
For the Trap and 5 stand at Crossroads Park. This was advertised. I brought this up to you guys in January so we could look at everything and get the fees. I believe all of you guys have received the 2 public comments we have from 4-H about youth fees. And talking to Mr. De Leon, he believes that we are within our advertisement, since if we did, you guys do want to introduce the youth fee, it'll probably be lower than we've advertised. So that's within the spirit of the advertisement. So we're okay there. We're willing to do that. But we'd like to go forward and start to warm up. People are starting to get out and do some shooting. So we'd like to get so.
Any questions on the resolution, Commissioners?
No, but I would like to, I don't know, is it, you have to do a public hearing, or do you make an amendment for youth fees first, or?
Discussion.
We'd probably have to do a public hearing first, I would assume.
Public hearing first, amendment the public hearing.
I would say you would do the amendment first.
Okay.
And then the public hearing. So that the
Public can
public
comment on
hearing
that.
would respond to that amendment.
Okay, yeah, and just for transparency purposes, we did receive 2 written comments and we appreciate those. It was in regards to establishing a youth fee. Right now, the proposed fees for the Trap Club is $10 per round of 25, and then they have the option for a punch card, which would lower that to $7.50. The comments we received were in regards to cutting those essentially by 50% for the youth. That would lower that obviously to $5 and $50 for a punch card.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one of the things about that is we do have the National Final Rodeo coming in, and 4-H students, they have between 30 and 40 youth up there. These rates were actually based on an average of 10 people using the Trap Club. So, you know, the more people we use, the cost of labor goes down because we have the people up there already. So it's really just a matter of the trap instead of the actual plays. So I think this is a good thing.
Okay. Further comments, discussion, Commissioners? Do we have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the resolution to add a youth fee section with 50% discount.
We do have an amendment as proposed by Commissioner Toman for a youth fee establishment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, does that mean 50% across the board? So we would be talking $5 for individual and $3.75 for punch cards? Because I think where I'd like to see it land is a $7.50 single round and a $5 punch card for youths.
I would be willing to amend my motion, but let me ask the 4-H educator, do you think that would work? If they could still get the $5 if they did a punch card. So I would be willing to change my motion to do a $750 individual youth fee and a $5 punch card fee. Is that appropriate? You okay?
We do have an amendment changing the 50% reduction to a $7.50 youth fee with a $5 punch card fee. Per round, that is.
Second.
Got a second on that amendment. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to just say, Commissioner Richards' suggestion was in line with, what I was going to propose as an amendment here. So I think doing the $7.50 and the $5 punch card would be more in line with what I was thinking. So I appreciate his comments on that and I would support that.
And thanks, Mr. Legursky. Appreciate all the work.
Sure.
You 18 and under 12. 18 and under, I'm assuming.
That would be my
Yeah.
assumption.
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none, we do have a motion and a
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, a point of clarification if I could. Mr. Legursky, are you saying under 18? Right.
18 and
Okay, sorry.
Any further discussion? If not, we do have a motion and a second on the table for the amendment for the youth fee establishment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
37, right? Mike's not plugged in.
Oh, very good.
These guys want to hear these guys be so.
Almost seems like our IT liaison ought to be able to pitch in and help out on that a little bit.
Those watching online, we're going to take a quick pause. It sounds like our microphone's not plugged in at the stand.
But ours are plugged in, right?
Only yours.
I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, I would like to extend a appreciation to the two individuals that commented, the mother from I think it was the high school individuals, and Chris Mees, our Sweetwater County 4-H shooting sports leader. I want to extend thanks to him for reaching out to support the youth. And to Mr. Legursky also. You have to do a public hearing.
All right, so I'm not sure how much of that was, I guess, heard from an online audience, but what we're discussing is establishing a user fee for the Trap and Five stand. We do have a amendment that was just approved for a youth fee for those that are 18 and under, which would lower the fee to $7.50 per round of 25 targets, and also establish a $5 punch card, which would actually be $50 for 10 rounds of 25 targets. That amendment has been approved, and at this time, we would open up a public hearing on Resolution 2403 PR01, establishing said user fees. If there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to speak to this establishment of fees, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to approve resolution 24-03-PR-01 user fees for the Trap Club and with the amendment.
Do you have a motion by Commissioner Toman to approve Resolution 2403 PR01? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Gene. Next on the agenda, Commissioners, under tab B is the commendations section of our agenda today. At first, I thought everyone was here to come listen to us, but then I remember the wrestling program was coming from Western Wyoming Community College, so welcome to you all. Very distinct honor, and we're happy to invite you over this morning. Thanks for coming, especially a little bit early in the morning here, but we thought we would recognize the National Junior College Athletic Association's wrestling champions and back-to-back champions, I might add, in the Western Wyoming Community College Mustangs. So please join me in recognizing them with a round of applause. Before we hand the microphone over, we are also honored that we have a Hall of Fame inducted wrestling coach before us this morning, who's also got the back-to-back NJAA Coach of the Year award with Coach Art Castillo. So fabulous job to you all. Congratulations. And we're honored to share this distinct, I guess, both honors with you. So please recognize Coach Castillo as well. Coach, you got anything you'd like to say?
Here, I don't know if you want me to set this up here. You can check it out.
I know you had a few individual champions as well. Do you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having us. It's been a lot of fun sharing it with everybody in this community. This time last year, we did it for the first time, and it seems like it hasn't stopped. So it's been so fun. I'd like to thank the community for wrapping their arms around our guys and making them feel at home. And it's been pretty special. What these guys have been able to do, for the first time, but then repeat that, ranked number one in the country, going wire to wire number one, is a very hard thing to do. The grit and focus and maturity that they're able to exhibit along the way is just incredible. We were injured, we were sick with a lot of things. So they just showed a lot of grit. But the best part is they're all great humans. They're just awesome people. That's what makes it so special for me is these guys are going to go out there and do some great things in this life, and they just happen to be pretty good wrestlers. So I'm just so excited for them. So yeah, you spoke about we had 7 All-Americans this year. National champion in Cody Phelps, who's from Pinedale, actually. So it's pretty neat. But yeah, we've had some sustained excellence over the years. Over the last 5 years, we've had 39 All-Americans out of a possible 50. So it's pretty neat thing that we've been able to establish. So we're going to enjoy this one. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, a lot to be proud of indeed. Any comments, Commissioners? Well, I think you hit it best when you said they're not only just tremendous athletes, but they're good scholars too. And that's pretty exciting to have that, I guess, combined success. So I attribute a lot of that to you, and we're lucky to have you as a coach over there and lucky to have these outstanding individuals. So we look forward to seeing them do good things and hopefully be politicians one day. Oh, no. But
There's a
if
few
you
of
have a
them
couple
out
awards we'd like to present. Can we get a picture with you guys?
Yeah. So, yeah,
Any
with
of
me
you want
today,
to
we
speak? No one ever wants to.
we have 4 guys today. One from Wyoming, Arkansas, Colorado, and Arizona.
All right.
We're on spring break, right? I had the whole team here, so.
I apologize for that, but thanks for coming over. We thought it was important to recognize you, especially for the back-to-back on both behalves. So thanks again and congratulations.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Congratulations, guys. Keep up the good work.
It's wonderful. My brother was originally from.
Thank you again. Appreciate that.
Thanks for coming.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Step up to public service.
All right, with that, commissioners, we do have a stacked agenda, so I'm going to try my best to keep it in order today. Lots of important information before us. Next is the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. If there's anyone in the audience or online that would like to address the governing body on any issues, now would be the appropriate time. Morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just wanted to get you an update on how the property tax reform legislation came out of the past session. So there were 5 bills that were passed out of the session. House Bill 3, long-term homeowners property tax exemption does not start until 2025. Long story short, you paid property taxes in Wyoming for 25 years and you're 65 years old. You get, I believe it's 50% of your property taxes exempted. House Bill 4, property tax refund program. This one just expands the current program to provide relief to people who meet additional income requirements. House Bill 45, the property tax exemption on residential structure. And this is Barry Crago's bill that the Assessors Association was really behind. This one provides a 4% cap on any increases from 2023 to 2024 and then further. They are in the process of actually having a Zoom meeting today at 10:30 to talk about this and implementation. Homeowners tax exemption is Senate File 54. This one exempts 25% up to the first 2 million of a property. This one also applies this year as well. On the veterans exemption, the amount that was allowable was doubled. So it went from $3,000 in assessed valuation to $6,000. Now, that one is backfilled like it always has been. Some of these are not. House Bill 45 is not backfilled. House Bill 3, the long-term homeowners exemption is not backfilled. I don't see a huge fiscal impact, but all of this legislation is sitting on the governor's desk. He has not signed these. I looked this morning, I didn't see anything. If somebody else has, please let me know. And there'll be an update in our Zoom meeting today at 10:30. But that's the bills that are actually out there that did pass through the legislature, but again, are just waiting on the governor's signature at this point. But there was some other stuff that was out there that did kind of fall off on the wayside, but this is what was left. So happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. Obviously we were following it pretty closely, but there towards the end, it was kind of all over the place and lots of last minute amendments and all of that. So we'll be interested to see if the governor vetoes anything, but thanks for the update. It's hard to track with all the back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question on House Bill 3, Dave. You said that it's for anyone who has paid taxes in Wyoming for 25 consecutive years. I would assume that means on the same home.
That does not mean on the
It
same.
does not.
No, it can be, it just 20, and the purpose of the legislation, I think, was to reward people who've been paying property taxes for a very long time. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in the same home. I don't believe it has to be in the same county either. So what we'll do is actually have an application process for this, and we're not carding people. We're not doing any of that. So someone comes in and says they're 65, they're 65. If they've signed the affidavit that they've paid taxes in Wyoming for 25 years, they pay taxes. Now, the Department of Revenue did the best they could to estimate the impact of this. And statewide, they think there's about 6,500 potential people who would meet both of those qualifications. So it's not a huge amount. The application process is going to be a little awkward for us for the first year, but as soon as the applications are available, we're going to get them out. Even if it's July of this year, we're going to get those out to people so we can actually start the process. This actually coincides with us. The fourth Monday in May is when the deadline for this application will be next year. So it coincides with the veterans exemption, personal property, setting all our values, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to try and get this done sooner rather than later. We're going to get ahead of it instead of chase it. So, but it is for any property in Wyoming.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. I didn't realize that. I assumed it was just the same home, so
No, sir.
interesting. Any other comments, questions, commissioners?
Now, the only caveat is the Department of Revenue is working on emergency rules for all of this potential legislation as we speak. Unless something in the rules come out that changes the interpretation we had initially, we believe this is how this stuff is all going to work. So.
Sounds good. Well, thanks for the update, Dave. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
Still under the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. If there's anyone else who would like to address the governing body, now would be the appropriate time. Last call. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda, and we'll move right along under tab C, which is the consent agenda. Before you this morning, commissioners, are 6 items. First being the approval of the March 5th, 2024 minutes. Second is the approval of the county vouchers, warrants, the EALs, and the commissioners report. Third is the approval of bonds. Fourth, approval of monthly reports. Fifth, the approval of the abates and rebates. And sixth is a request to restaff a vacant position in the Information Technology Department. Commissioners, are there any requests to pull any items from the consent agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Moving right along into commissioner comments, and it looks like Commissioner Jones, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll apologize ahead of time. This is going to be long. But with my recent trip, I think it's worth it. So to begin with, on March 6th, I attended a lunch with representatives from Aspen Mountain Medical Center to discuss healthcare in Sweetwater County. We had a good conversation, and it was good to get to know them a little bit better. On March 7th, I attended the Rock Springs Chamber Enterprise meeting. The vast majority of that meeting revolved around housing with the Trona expansions that we're all hopeful will take place. In addition, there was a discussion about the conservation district. I'm sure Commissioner Tillman would like to expand on that one, so I'll leave that one to her. If you will remember, and this is where it gets long, but if you'll remember at our last commission meeting, I mentioned a possible trip to Washington, D.C. to meet with BLM Director Tracy Stone Manning. On Monday, March 11th in the afternoon, we were informed by Senator Dan Dockstader that we could either meet with her the following Thursday or that upcoming Thursday or late in April. I suggested sooner rather than later. There's really no reason to wait. So we worked the afternoon of the 11th to secure hotel rooms and plane tickets for a last minute trip. Also on the evening of the 11th, I met with both Senators Jones and Kolb to put a bit of a game plan together for the trip. During the day of the 12th, worked with Fred Von Ahrens, Craig Root, and Aaron Reichel from our Trona industry, putting together information that they wanted us to present to Director Stone Manning on behalf of Trona folks. Their information included topics such as the number of current employees, projected employees, current economic impact to our county and state, future expansion economic impacts, and the fact that our Trona is clean and natural and that synthetic Trona from China is bad for the environment. Excuse me. So our Trona is so important to mine in the manner that we do it here, and we really wanted to stress that, and they wanted us to, and we did. Also worked with a gentleman by the name of Paul Ulrich from Jonah Energy on putting together some information from the oil and gas perspective. One of the goals of this trip was to highlight the good things that our industries do to help our communities and our environment, not just jobs. As we all know, jobs and taxes are important, and we're working towards them, but there are lots of positive things going on. And we kind of wanted a little bit more of a human approach, make it a little more one-on-one of a conversation. And so that's the direction we were headed. We decided that BLM probably knows how upset everybody is here with Alternative B. So it's no longer news. So that's why we went with the approach to try and move the ball forward and instead of kicking the ball. One of the things that Mr. Ulrich sent was a couple of studies completed by Dr. Michael Curry he's a UW product, by the way. If you get the time, it's worth reading. Sorry, his last name is Curran, not Curry. It's worth reading what he put together. The Reader's Digest version of that is when an oil and gas location is reclaimed, the land is actually more healthy than if it was left untouched. They create a better habitat for everything from the smallest of bugs up to flowers, pollination of flowers by bees, all the way up to deer, antelope, and elk, anything that any of the wildlife that's out there. The report also had some side pictures of an untouched piece of land right next to a piece that had been reclaimed. The untouched piece of land is pretty much dry dirt and sagebrush. The reclaimed land is flourishing, has all kinds of grasses and plants and flowers. So a drastic difference between the untouched and the touched, just to show the good side of what happens here with our industries and how much we really do help the area around us. Kind of one of the goals was to show that really we've all been good stewards of the land here in Sweetwater County and around the area. And so the desire for drastic changes really isn't necessary that comes from alternative B. Excuse me. On the evening of the 12th, Senator Jones and I drove to Salt Lake City to spend the night and be ready for the next month's flight. On the same evening, I attended part of the SCORC outdoor rec meeting for as long as I could, because then we had a conference call with all of us that were going on the trip halfway through the SCORC meeting. So I had to hop off of that and jump on another one. On the morning of the 13th, we took an early flight to DC, joined by Senator Kolb and his wife. For any of you that may have flown to DC, you know, it takes a better part of a day to get there. We arrived in time to get settled in our rooms, have some dinner, and go to sleep. Morning of the 14th, I met with Senators Dockstader, Kolb, and Jones so we could review the packets of information I put together with the help of our Trona and oil and gas, our schools, and some information from Mr. Bingham. So we put a packet of information together from all of those groups in order to leave with Director Stone Manning and her staff. And so we went over that. We each took a section of it, planned out who was going to cover which section. And so how it broke down was Senator Dockstader was going to open the meeting, give introductions, let Director Stone Manning know who we were and why we were there. And then Senator Kolb would speak to ag and schools. Senator Jones spoke on behalf of the Trona industry, and I spoke on behalf of access and oil and gas. We had a really good conversation with her. It was very open. I thought it just seemed like a really good one-on-one exchange of ideas. Guess not one-on-one, but we gave our stories and the packets that we had. She took notes. I think she paid close attention. She asked some good questions. She asked about Little Mountain, for example. So there were several back and forth that we had. And I thought it was just, it was interesting. She was the only one from her office in there. She didn't have anybody else. So it was really a professional and I think very productive, but maybe not so stuffy like you might expect in DC. So we really enjoyed it. One of the things that we took out of this, I did mention how detrimental alternative B is to our county and state. She did commit that moving forward, they would not be using alternative B. There would be something different. I don't know what that looks like. It's too early in the process to know what they're going to come up with. The way she described it is the plan going forward really will come from the state and the local level. They will keep her informed of what they're putting together so that she knows. So when they get the final product, she'll know whether or not she supports it and wants to sign off on it. So she was pretty clear that it's more of a local level putting this together. And so I'm hoping that we can maybe get a meeting with Kimberly Foster and or Director Archuleta from Cheyenne and pretty much go over the same thing we did with Director Stone Manning. I think we had great information. I'd really like to thank our industries for getting us some talking points. And I know that it seemed to really kind of settle in with Director Stone Manning when we could show her something and talk about it. And she raised her eyebrows a couple of times. I think she was a little surprised at some of the good things we do here. So I think it was very, very productive. Next, we went to Senator Barrasso's office. We had about 2 minutes with him. It was such a last minute trip. It was hard to meet with the delegation because of course they're packed, but we had about 2 minutes with him and he grabbed his phone and said, it's the governor's birthday, so hold on. He called the governor, put him on speakerphone. We all sang happy birthday to him. So a little bit of lighter side. But we did have great conversation with folks from his office. We went to Representative Hageman's office. We met with her staff. We had basically just reviewed with all three of our delegations folks what our meeting was, showed them our packets, showed them what we talked about. I think it really made an impact that we were willing to spend the time and the money to go all the way out there to meet with those folks on this. Everybody knows this is a hot topic, but you could tell that it really kind of registered with everybody that, you know, we just kind of decided this was important enough that we needed to take one more shot at it. So I think it was well worth the time and the money and I think we've got some good points across on the positives. Not only the needs, we talked about the needs of our industries, of course, because that's how we all have jobs and futures. But we talked about the positives. We talked about the positives from the ag industry, how obviously they have to be respectful of the land or else they wouldn't be in business anymore. So kind of covered the whole gamut of everything. And I think we made our point pretty strongly. So then on the 15th, Senator Jones and myself had a couple hours on a personal note, had a couple hours for sightseeing before our flight home. We did go to the Lincoln Memorial and National Archives Museum. To me, those are the most two important places to go in DC. To look at Lincoln and read his speeches engraved on the wall, since chills down my spine anyway. My other favorite is the Archives Museum, to actually see the original Declaration of Independence, the original Constitution, the original Bill of Rights, and to read about what it took to get those through and, you know, really kind of where our country came from, why our founding fathers came and why they fought for what they did and why they wrote what they did. And the foresight that they have is pretty shocking that many years ago, what they put together still holds true today. It's actually kind of a little depressing to see where we started as a nation and see where we are today. I have a feeling some or all of them are probably rolling over in their graves. But after that, we flew back to Salt Lake, had a quick drive to Bear Lake, got to do a little last minute snow machining before snow melts. And that's the end of my report.
Thanks, Commissioner. Very detailed and very appreciative of your trip out to DC. And you're right, it's a very moving place out there and something I think everyone should experience regardless of politics. You also see where all of our money goes with all that marble all over the place out there. But appreciate you getting together with local delegation and making the trip out there. And it sounds like it was successful. I'd like to believe that it won't be alternative B. I'm hopeful for that, but you know, history has shown that I don't have a lot of confidence in that. But nonetheless, I don't think it's any wasted effort. I think it was well worth the money and the effort put forth in that. So I
I'm
appreciate that.
cautiously optimistic. Let me just
There you
say
go.
that.
Questions or comments for Commissioner Jones's report?
I do have one question.
Commissioner Tillman.
Did you ask her what might preclude them from sticking with so much of the alternative B? I was just curious if she had a reason.
Well, we kind of talked about that a little bit, but that's where she said, you know, most of that will come from the local area, from the state and locally going forward. So she was leaving it up to them. She actually had mentioned that she was waiting for a first report back of where they stood and what they were thinking. So she didn't have that yet.
I guess that's kind of what brings a little bit of concern because all along we've been told it's been coming from DC, and then when you go out to DC, it's, you know, more from the local base. So it seems like it's kind of a, I don't want that hot potato, you know, after the uproar that it had created throughout the community. So
It does seem that way, but she was pretty clear that she was not putting the plan together.
well, hopefully that works for everyone's favor. Any other, Commissioner Slaughter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a thank you to Commissioner Jones and our delegation for going out there and doing that, each of them. I appreciate their time and their efforts. I think it is an extremely important issue for our area. And I'm sure that it did some good, and I really appreciate the fact that you did that. I also just wondered if you could possibly get me a copy of the packet that you had put forth for Director Stone Manning on our industries. I think some of that information would be beneficial also. So if you would do that, I'd just appreciate it. Thank you again.
You bet.
Any other comments? Thanks, Commissioner Jones. Job well done, and hopefully, I guess we'll know pretty soon, it sounds like, what comes of the final draft, but
Say they'll have it done by the end of the year, so we'll see.
very good. Looks like I'm up next, so I'll try and speed through this. It's a little longer than I originally anticipated, but on the 6th, I attended the monthly mayors and commissioner meeting. We had full attendance for the first time in quite a few months, so there was a little more conversation this meeting. Mayor Rust inquired about our plans for the Green River Road and Bridge facility once the Public Works combined facility is completed over there on Laos Drive. I informed that it's my understanding, and I believe all of yours as well, that there's a reversionary clause that hands that back to the city of Green River, which seemed to be his understanding too. It sounds like they have some ideas for that if we can ever get going on the consolidation, but Mayor Rust did indicate that he would, or they would continue working with the museum as they're currently storing some of their items in that facility. Mayor Mickelson is working on a feasibility study for the city's Parks and Recreation Department, and they're all anxious to see what results the consultant that they've hired may bring back to offer some guidance for them. They're also looking into pushing out various community service surveys to try and key in on the different areas of importance from the community's perspective. We discussed funding for the District Board of Health, and I gave a little background on the financial makeup there and explained that after spending down their reserves this fiscal year, next year they will need either additional funding or be forced to make cuts within their organization, which would likely mean people, as staffing contributes to almost 90% of their budget. We also discussed SEDC funding, and primarily speaking, it sounds as though everyone is on board to continue funding at the same levels as last year. We also briefly touched on the funding percentages for the Combined Communications Center. If that's something you would all like to revisit, perhaps Commissioner Richards and I can get together since he's the liaison there. But I told him I'd bring it before you all to see what temperature you might have. Obviously, it's not going to probably happen this budget cycle, but this was something that's been kind of a dead horse that continues to be beaten. But have you heard anything, Commissioner Richards, on any needs for? No? Well, I guess we'll sit back and wait and see if there's any other interest, but I spent the rest of that week catching up on my other job and working with Treasurer Cowan on the District Board of Health's financials in preparation for that board's special meeting on the 11th. One of the purposes for their special meeting was to finalize their budget request to the city of Rock Springs, which was due on the 15th. Mark and I again provided some education on their budget and the concerns on the horizon in the next fiscal years that I've been speaking to. At the conclusion of their meeting, the board decided to ask for increases in their requests to both cities, and ours will likely see an increase from last year as well, simply because we reduced their request to spend down the reserves to the 120 days cash on hand. So it won't be increase as originally asked, but it'll be an increase because of our reduction last year. We'll see how those shake out with the two cities, but I do know the board's director, Kim Lionberger, had a meeting set up with Mayor Mickelson prior to the 15th, and I believe she was going to try and do the same with the city of Green River. The remainder of last week, I was tied up in a 3-day training for my other hat, so unfortunately I missed the WCCA update, and I also missed Mayor Mickelson's State of the City address that I had both planned to attend. But over the weekend, I read a couple interesting articles that caught my attention specific to Sweetwater County. One was an open house that the BLM is planning to host for the Jackalope Wind Farm project, which appears to consist of 213 wind turbines spanning across 293,000 acres of public and private land in Sweetwater County. This brings me a little bit of pause, as we have had relatively zero communication on this project. Considering this will be required to come before us through the conditional use application process, I would think, one, that we would hear from the applicant, or two, we would have more involvement through our cooperator status with the BLM. If you recall, we were left off the list when the BLM sent out the initial notice, which seemed all too coincidental during the rightful pushback they received from the mishandling of the RMP. It wasn't until our land use director reached out to the BLM inquiring about the project that we were officially made aware and asked if we wanted to participate as a cooperator on. Yet here we are, another project with no cooperator meetings to speak of, and another public input meeting scheduled seemingly behind our backs. Our land use department was unaware of the public meeting until I brought it to their attention yesterday, all of which stemmed from reading an article on Wild 4 News. Early in the process or not, it seems disingenuous to learn about it in a local article rather than from our alleged partner. Continued practice or intentional darkness, there seems to be a common trend. In terms of diversification, there was another article on Cowboy State Daily revealing that Wyoming was one of the 5 finalists to locate a factory to build portable micronuclear plants that have the capability of powering anything from mining and drilling operations to large home subdivisions. Radiant Industries is looking to build a portable mini plant weighing 60 tons, but small enough to be transported by semi or air. Each plant would produce 1 megawatt of power, which is enough for industrial use or enough to power 750 homes. The units remind me a little bit of the DAC units for carbon capture, where they're portable and have a 10 by 10 by 30 foot long footprint. Last I read, Cheyenne and Gillette were the front runners. And again, in speaking with our land use department yesterday, it seemed like this was new news. And although I did not have a chance to reach out to our economic development specialist or our SEDC liaison, I would challenge and encourage our economic development coalition to pursue this opportunity. Yesterday, I attended my Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition board meeting, and I'll share some quick March 2024 statistics for you. Lake Mead is up 30 feet from a year ago, but still 144 feet below full pool. Lake Powell remains at 140 feet below full pool, and the rivers feeding it are at 72% of the March 18th average. By content, Lake Powell is 32% of full pool. The 34 tract reservoirs above Lake Powell are at 77% of their capacity. Total releases for water year 2024 were 3.28 million acre feet, which is only 44% of the minimum required at 7.5 million acre feet. Fontenelle Reservoir is currently at 6,400 feet as of March 17th. The Upper Green snowpack is at 92% of the March 18th average. Flaming Gorge is currently at 6,026 feet as of March 17th, which is up 21 feet from a year ago, but still 14 feet below full pool. Some other interesting information that I felt was worth sharing is that the Bureau of Reclamation intends to do their annual maintenance on the Fontenelle Dam in April this year. So for the entire month, the CFS level, the cubic feet per second, will be reduced to from just under 1,200 CFS down to 600 CFS for the entire month. So basically cutting it in half. It sounds like it's all routine maintenance, but a little longer than usual and taking the entire month. It was also shared that this year, because the Green River broke ice and thawed out so quickly, the Joint Powers Water Board actually had to turn on their pumps on the bottom of the reservoir to break up the ice and in preparation for any turbidity issues within the river. It's common for increased turbidity when the ice breaks, evidently, so they'll begin pumping from the reservoir when this occurs and until that turbidity subsides. By firing the pumps, it helps lift and break up the ice to also prevent any damage to the reservoir liner by puncturing it. This usually doesn't happen timeline-wise until about now, mid to late March. Because of the higher temperatures this year, this kicked off at around the end of February, which was something that Mr. Seppi shared he hasn't seen in all of his years there. He left work on a Friday and the river was still froze. When he returned on Monday, it had broken loose. So I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but I found it quite interesting. We get to learn a lot of fascinating things in this job, and I'm certainly thankful for that. Late yesterday afternoon, I attended a meeting with representatives from the City of Rock Springs and Castle Rock Hospital District. I was invited by Mayor Mickelson to join the conversation after some concern was raised from the Castle Rock Ambulance Service after the City of Rock Springs purchased 2 ambulances. I believe Castle Rock's initial feelings was that the city was attempting to compete with their ambulance service, so Mayor Mickelson called a meeting to discuss how each entity can more successfully lean on one another to provide the best service possible to the residents of the communities that they serve. There were a few fireworks exchanged, but ultimately the initial intent by Rock Springs was to help with the National High School Finals Rodeo after being approached when Castle Rock was unable to provide the entirety of the needed number of ambulances for the different events. On top of that, the city has some concerns since their fire department is also responding to EMS calls as well, but are obviously unable to transport any patients. So at times it is their belief that if Castle Rock is at call capacity, or whatever the case may be, the city may be able to step in and provide that aspect of the service. The city admittedly states that they are not equipped to provide a full-fledged EMS service, but feel by working cooperatively with Castle Rock that together they can improve the service. So a bit of a long story to get to the punchline, but it was essentially a meeting to set up another meeting. Mayor Mickelson plans to structure 2 different working groups or committees or something along those lines. One comprised of staff members that deal with the more boots on the ground service and can more easily speak EMS language, and another group that's more politically involved that can collectively gather and help share a common message about the efforts moving forward. We'll see what comes of that, but I did offer to participate on the politically based group for the time being. And that was a little bit longer than I intended, commissioners, but that does wrap up my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I have a concern on Fontenelle, and the Bureau Rec said they're too busy to join us on April 16th for our federal partners meeting. That's when they usually give us the updates on the dams and what they're doing. If it's warmer than normal, cutting that river back to 600 CFS could create problems and cause that reservoir to go over the spillway. Which-
Yeah,
We don't manage the water, but it does not seem like a wise decision.
I'm not clear as to why it's taken the entirety of the month. It sounded like in years past, it's, a couple week deal, but I guess comparison I received is it's kind of like a turnaround or a shutdown where they go through and clean the turbines and whatever else. So that's all I have.
I think they usually do it in the fall. That's what doesn't make sense. But since they're not going to join us on the call unless maybe I'll send an email to Rick Baxter. He's our liaison to the BOR.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah, anything I can do to help follow up with that, let me know. We can get
I'll
together.
CC you on that.
Okay. Sounds like Commissioner Slaughter, you're up next.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. After those 2 reports, I feel like it's lacquer these 2 weeks. My report consists basically of all industrial siding council information and impact assistance. And I would forewarn everyone, if you're ever scheduled to do meetings with planner Eric Bingham, he's scheduled a series of 1-hour meetings for us. I think the shortest meeting we had was about 2 hours, and we went 4 hours on one of our 1-hour meetings. So be careful of that. They were all very productive. On the 5th, Commissioner Richards and I met with the Industrial Siding Group, Attorney John DeLeon and planner Eric Bingham, and Southwest Regional Airport Director Devin Brubaker to evaluate potential impact assistance payments that might benefit the airport. I will let Commissioner Richards present further details that he may feel are appropriate, as he was the lead in this area. On the 6th, once again, our ISA group met, this time to discuss the application process with DEQ economist Christopher Tolson. Chris shared information with us on ways to improve our application to the Industrial Siding Council. He also shared an economic modeling tool, the Huffs analysis, that we could use to help our participating agencies collect and present data more consistently. On the 8th, we held a follow-up meeting for the MOU on the Crossroads soccer field registration. With a few minor modifications and a little better communication, we were able to come up with the language that we believe will allow for the Avengers soccer program to coordinate field time for all entities that wish to use Crossroads fields this summer. Once again, Commissioner Richards was instrumental in helping me close this deal. I'd like to thank Public Works Director Legursky for his willingness and flexibility in working towards this goal. And we're addressing that later on today. Later that morning, the industrial siting group once again met to work out an issue on the Covered Wagon subdivision plat that will allow the county to provide a lease to Project West to cross a county land parcel with water pipes to provide access to the Green River for their future pumping station. That afternoon, the ISA group met again with Bailey Doctor of Castle Rock Hospital District to provide new information on the economic model the state had earlier shared with us. I think this model helped with the projections Castle Rock Hospital District was making and helped them to amend their application to a form more consistent with our other applicants. On the 11th, I chaired the monthly meeting of the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board. Requisitions continue to come in and the process seems to be working effectively. Coordination between myself, our administrative assistant, Allison Volsick, and the trustee bank are now working very well. On the 12th, I participated in another follow-up discussion with our ISA group. Later that evening, Treasurer Cowan and I met with the CDC board to provide information on the funding. The county is still investing for them from the overcollection of the 2009 CDC Specific Purpose Tax Bond Initiative. Treasurer Cowan informed them that we still maintain a balance of approximately $1.5 million and that currently we are annually distributing $60,000 plus the interest earned to their organization. Following our discussion, City of Green River Finance Officer Chris Meets explained their MOU, which is held between the City of Green River and the CDC. A discussion followed and their board may be contacting us in the near future for amendment to our MOU. On the 13th, our ISA working group spent the afternoon contacting many of the entities seeking IA funding. We then calculated totals and prepared the information for the MOU adoption meeting to be held on Friday. On the 14th, Sweetwater County hosted the meeting to adopt the MOU between all of the counties and municipalities that will be requesting impact funding at the Project West Industrial Siting hearing. We felt it was critical to get unanimous support from the counties and were able to, from the entities, and were able to do so. Commissioner Richards took the lead and chaired the meeting. As always, he did a professional and outstanding job leading us through a very difficult process. I thoroughly enjoyed teaming with him as we worked through the many facets of county government. I'd also like to thank Attorney John De Leon, Planner Eric Bingham, as well as all of the other department heads and government officials that we worked with to make this a success. On the 18th, I met with Public Works Director Legursky to review the final copy of the 2023 road rehabilitation study for County Road 1, the McKinnon Road. As was mentioned earlier, we've been waiting for quite a while on that study. And I know that the citizens of that area are very interested in this. So Gene and I discussed the recommendations of the study, along with beginning to outline a plan to present these results to the residents of the McKinnon community. We also discussed each of the agenda items Gene will be bringing before us today. He has several different subjects that he will be presenting. I then spent the rest of the afternoon yesterday preparing for today's meeting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude my report and would stand for any questions.
No slacking at all, Commissioner. Very busy with the impact assistance meetings, so appreciate your work and dedication to that. It's never a 1 hour meeting, I've learned, especially if you
Doesn't
come over
matter
to
what
the
it is.
courts. Questions or comments for Commissioner Slaughter's report, Commissioners? Appreciate your work, Commissioner. Looks like Commissioner Toman, you're up next.
Wow, bunch of busy commissioners. Thank you very much for all your work. March 7th, I went to the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce Enterprise meeting that Commissioner Taylor talked about. They did talk about housing issues with all the projected new development proposed for the county. I might recommend maybe they look at our county has a policy to not allow Airbnb types of situations in the county, although both cities allow it. So it might be something we should look into, Mr. Slaughter. I just throw that out there. I'm not sure why we have that policy. The city of Rock Springs changed some of their zoning regulations to allow like a mother-in-law type house to be added to their houses with a 3-foot setback instead of the larger setback to provide extra housing. So I think there's some things happening, but right now we're still kind of in a crunch. Tom Burris, the chairman of the Sweetwater County Conservation District, did come before that group also and asked for any potential grants. He's fearful that the county won't fund them. They're that we might force them to go for a mill levy. And so I'm not going to give my personal opinions on that right at the moment, but that conservation district I was chairman of for 17 of the 21 years that I was on there. So it's very near and dear to my heart. It's the only entity that looks out for the natural resources that was plugged into the RMP and formed a coalition and a legal team that's able to defend us in that RMP. So for the little they get from the county, I won't say further right now, but Rocky Mountain Power did volunteer to provide them a grant. So they're working with that. They're also looking at a statewide type of a mill levy for conservation districts, similar to what the weed and pest districts receive. So I'm not sure how that would work out. They're going to work it through the legislature next session. On March 7th, I attended the Sweetwater County Conservation District meeting. We got updates on their water quality monitoring, and they're seeking a contractor to continue that monitoring. That monitoring has kept us working to improve the water quality on Bitter Creek and Kilpecker Creeks. They also had Randy Shipman talk about federal rules and policies. Again, I would urge the commissioners to go to our N drive and read the things that he presented. The reason I asked the question about the BLM RMP, there are other rules in place that may force them to take more of that alternative B than we'd like to see. So they've done Federal Register notices. There are all kinds of policy behind the scene things that have been happening, including international treaties that have not been approved by the U.S. Congress that could affect the outcome of this RMP with the BLM. It's very alarming, and I think we need to be informed, and there's a lot of background behind all of this that's happening that we may not have a lot of control over. March 8th, I attended International Women's Day Professional Women's Empowerment Group Luncheon. Casey Cookert did a great job, as she always does. So it's always fun to get together with that group and hear their inspiring talks. March 11th, I attended the Green River High School Spring Pop Choir Concert. Again, congratulations to a great concert and a great bunch of youth and teacher. March 12th, I attended the 368 multi-state corridors for transmission lines, a cooperator meeting on a Zoom call. It's pre-decisional, so I'll report next time regarding the Wyoming sector. March 12th, I attended Southwest Manufacturing Partnership Subcommittee on Innovation and Education. We're putting out a newsletter. Ryan Bledsoe and Melissa Atkinson, she's working on an employer survey to find opportunities for youth to have more exposure to the workplace before they graduate. I will also be meeting with Devin and Melissa on Wednesday with it's called the Win, I'm not sure what, innovation at the Green River High School to talk about aviation. We have a huge shortage of pilots in the nation. So we're going to try to inspire them to want to become pilots. I'm a private pilot, so it's always fun to talk about that with others. March 13th, I critiqued Green River High School FFA team presentation for their state competition in April regarding the pros and cons of cultured meat. So I don't know, that was different. But the things are in place with federal regulations to allow cultured meat. March 12th, Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Committee. I listened in on that one, and I will leave that to Commissioner Richards. March 13th, I met with Christina Marshall, our grant writer. She had been working with Bailey Doctor on that regionalization grant through the state with the ARPA funding, but they weren't getting any response as to whether or not they were going to receive it. Well, they did receive a final notice that it had been denied after we pushed them to find out what was happening. So that was kind of sad that we will not be receiving any funding from that. March 15th, I attended the Zoom meeting on the industrial siding. Again, I was impressed with my fellow commissioners. So thank you, Commissioner Richards and Slaughter. Great job. Farson community is writing 2 grants to provide a senior activity center at the community hall and to provide senior meals 2 times a week. So they are writing grants, but they probably will be coming to the commission to see if we can provide them any startup funding. Commissioner Richards reminded me that today is National Ag Day. So being an ag producer, I was on my horse for 2 days this weekend, moving cows home to begin the calving process. So it was always fun to be out in nature and involved with the ranch more. I just want to tell everyone that 200 farmers and ranchers can feed 500,000 people. So when you talk about ag doesn't produce much property tax for our county, no, we feed the world and we feed our nation with pure, healthy food that we talk about imported foods that don't have the same high quality of safety that our food supply has. So on behalf of National Ag Day, I had to tell you that. Upcoming March 20th, Pacific Soda will have an open house 4 to 7 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Rock Springs. March 21st, our Coalition of Local Governments meets in Lyman. I'll join via Zoom for a bit, and then we'll go to the Terra Power luncheon to hear about the Natrium prospects for Sweetwater County. April 16th, we've set as our federal partners update their annual meeting with the commissioners. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Our local rancher is yet to feed any of these 5 commissioners, so we're gonna have to talk to her about that.
You eat.
Comments or questions for Commissioner Tomlin's report, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter, or excuse me, Richards.
Commissioner Toman, you mentioned mother-in-law homes. Sweeter County adopted language allowing for residential accessory dwellings, or mother-in-law homes as they're often called, about a decade ago. It's not new. We worked through that. As for short-term rentals, that's a whole nother discussion, but one I'm sure our land use department would be happy to have. But the attention there has always been to protect the residential nature of residential zone subdivisions. When you start letting people rent out not their homes, but rental units at 1, 5, 10, under 30-day rentals, it creates a commercial market, not a residential market. And I don't think that solves our short-term housing needs, but open to discussion on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Slaughter?
apologies to Commissioner Tolman. You had asked something at the start of your comments, reflecting on me as liaison, and I missed it. I was answering another email. So could you repeat what it was that you suggested that I look at?
I have no idea. I'll get back to you.
Okay, if you get back to me later on. And then Commissioner Richards bringing up the National Ag Month or National Ag Month, National Ag Day, reminded me that I forgot to mention that March is actually Buy Your Husband a Gun Month. And I thought that it was important that everybody understands that. So I've reminded my wife of that several times this month.
Why not buy your woman a gun? I just got my concealed carry and I did get a gun, but I'm not carrying, so don't worry.
Should have had a proclamation for that, Commissioner.
We should have, yeah.
Any other comments or questions for Commissioner Tomlin's report? Thanks for the report, Commissioner. Good work as always. Looks like Commissioner Richards, you're bringing up the rear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Right after our meeting on the 5th, Commissioner Slaughter, together with staff and I, met with the airport director to discuss their industrial siting request. There's probably a lot of overlap here with Commissioner Slaughter's report. Then on the 6th, we also met again, this time with Chris Tolson, the economist for the Industrial Siting Division, to get some guidance on how to address many of the applications we've been receiving from entities under the county umbrella. This time it was only a 3-hour, 1-hour meeting, so Eric is getting better at planning my schedule. On the 8th, I joined Commissioner Slaughter in a meeting with representatives from Avengers Soccer for a discussion to work out some differences on our proposed MOU with them regarding the use of Crossroads soccer fields. I think Gene and Rob did a great job coming to terms with them and working something out. Following that, we had another meeting with representatives from Project West regarding some land issues and a right-of-way. Later on the 8th, we met with representatives from Castle Rock regarding their industrial siting impact requests. On the 11th, I had a break from industrial siting and attended a solid waste district number 1 meeting. They're continuing to actively work forward. They're going to need a new pit soon, so they're starting the planning for that. That's an expensive endeavor. On the 12th, I joined Commissioner Slaughter and staff for another meeting for industrial siting impact fees for Project West. I need to give credit that the initial meeting that Eric scheduled for an hour only lasted 50 minutes, but we didn't actually get done for 3 hours because he kept adding calls. But 3 hours is better than 4, so I promised Eric that I'd still give him credit for that. Also on the 12th, I remotely attended a Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative meeting. They informed us that there was a window of grant opportunity coming soon, and I forwarded that information to our Public Works Director and our Grants Manager to see if they have any qualifying projects. We'll be meeting tomorrow, I believe, to see if there's some Public Works projects in our Parks Department, along with Commissioner Slaughter, to see if we can apply for that grant. On the 13th, we had another meeting to prepare for the MOU meeting where we worked through all of the applications we received, encouraged some folks to ask for more funds and encouraged others to ask for less, based on the things that we saw in their applications that we thought Industrial Siting Council could question. On the 14th, I chaired the Project West MOU meeting here at the courthouse that was attended by representatives from Granger, Green River, Rock Springs, Superior, Lincoln County, Cokeville, Diamondville, Kemmer, LaBarge, Opal, Uintah County, Evanston, Lyman, and Mountain View. It went well, and we got full buy-in from all of the communities. We'll be addressing that MOU a little later this morning. John, do you have copies of that with you today? I don't see any in our packet. Oh, you have it
Right here, yep.
And I believe it was emailed out to everybody also. Sweetwater County was fully prepared, and our request, including the requests for Rock Springs, Green River, was about 8.6 million, approximately 41% of what was available, which is notable because we projected through the Hoff analysis that probably 76% of the impact would be here in Sweetwater County. We were very concise in our requests, though, and we vetted the requests that were presented under our umbrella very thoroughly to make sure that they all complied with the statutes, that they were actual impact requests. We believe they're all valid, very defendable. Uintah County's requests were similarly reasonable and well within the economic model projections. I wish I could say the same about Lincoln County's request. They were under the impression that they're going to see virtually the same impact from Project West that Sweetwater County is, and they requested about 8.4 million compared to our 8.6. Since the total requests fall underneath the $25 million cap, though, there was no need for us to get into a fight about it. But I did reiterate to them that it would be their responsibility to defend their requests in front of the Industrial Siting Council in May. And I suggested that they work on them very hard leading up to that contested hearing in May. I kind of see it as an experiment. It'll give us the opportunity to see how the council responds to our requests, which I consider to be properly formed using real formulas and real economic data, and how they respond to requests that I think are reflective of the reasons so many of our legislators are looking to limit and even eliminate industrial siting impact funds. Either way, the whirlwind part of this application is done, and we have a little bit of time now to work through our applications and bulletproof them before the final hearing in May. There's a lot more work to be done, but the time crunch and pressure will be a little bit less. At least that is until the Dry Creek application is submitted, which we're expecting to happen in May or June, triggering an identical process to this one with possibly a lot more at stake. I'm looking forward to hearing from the representatives from CCGen this morning and hopefully getting a little better grasp on what's to come. I want to thank Commissioner Slaughter for all the help he provided through this process. His input has been invaluable, and as is that of the Land Use Director Bingham and Deputy County Attorney DeLeon. Without their help and guidance, there is no way Sweetwater County would have been successful in this. That does beg the question whether you want me to continue to take point on that one as well, or if someone else wants to step up in the first chair for this one. I'm happy to do it, even if Teresa won't be happy for me to do it. But I think we have a good template to start from on this, and we won't be reinventing the wheel this time. Any thoughts?
Personally speaking, I'm happy to assist. I think you've done a tremendous job, so I'm more than comfortable with you chairing the next, but I also understand that's a tremendous amount of work. And so I would lean on you to, if you're willing, I fully support that, but if you'd rather someone else give you a little bit of a break too, I can reason with that.
I got one more in me.
Okay.
One more. in me.
Finish jackalope after that, but you have it down now. You're so efficient.
Appreciate that.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, as I alluded in my comments, I think that Island did a fantastic job. I would certainly support him, and I would be more than willing to sit second chair again to try and work on the issue. I think it's going to be very interesting, but having the template in place is really going to benefit us.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Later that day, I joined the SEDC for their monthly meeting. They are working on several big and small projects, but I'm not aware of any contact they've had with the company pursuing micro-nuclear facilities. I'll be happy to follow up on that. And then yesterday, I joined Johnny King on KREO for our monthly radio visit and attended a library board meeting last night where we received a staff presentation from Bianca Alderson, who is the senior outreach librarian. Bianca spends a great portion of her time out in the community delivering books to folks around the county that are homebound or otherwise unable to come to one of our existing libraries to check out materials. Seems to be a great program. It's been going on for many years, and it's a great way to provide services to parts of the county and county populations that would be otherwise overlooked. Really interesting presentation. Currently, Land Use Director Bingham is on his way to Washington, D.C. to testify in front of the House Federal Lands Subcommittee at the invitation of Representative Hageman. He will be testifying tomorrow morning at 8:15 a.m. and you'll be able to watch his testimony on YouTube. If anybody needs that link, I can forward it to you. With Commissioner Jones traveling there last week and Eric testifying on our behalf this week, it's worth mentioning how well Sweetwater County is represented at that level and will continue to be at that level. And I just wanted to point out to our constituents how hard this team is working on your behalf. Thank all of you for the work you do. Going forward, I don't have much of anything scheduled until you see me all next time, other than a couple quick meetings before I head out on vacation. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with Commissioner Slaughter, our Public Works Director, and our Grants Manager to discuss a possible outdoor recreation grant. I plan to attend the Pacific Soda Pump Public Info open house tomorrow evening and the Terra Power update luncheon with Rita Meyer on Thursday. And then I'm going to get on a plane and head toward warmer climates till Easter. Speaking of Easter, I hope all of you have a blessed holiday, and I'll see you all again after. That's all I have for you this morning. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate the report. I don't think the average person realizes the amount of time and effort that goes into these industrial siting applications and the amount of time that both you and staff, Commissioner Slaughter, have put into that. And they've done it successfully. And, everyone kind of complains that government doesn't work well together, but it was a unanimous approval of this MOU, between the different cities and the different governing entities within those cities. And so I just want to applaud your efforts, and especially for stepping up to the plate and chairing that and doing a great job at that. Job well done. And I have full confidence that we'll walk into that fully prepared and able to defend the amount that we've applied for. So thank you very much. It's not unnoticed from this board, I know, but there was days and weeks where that's all they worked on. So thanks for your leadership. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners? If not, we'll look forward to watching Eric tomorrow, and yeah, you couldn't have said it better. Good representation for Sweetwater, and hopefully it makes some impact. I'm confident it will. With that, commissioners, that does conclude our reports. Coincidentally, as Commissioner Toman's report was wrapping up there, we got an email from Sally, and it's an invitation for a cooperator agency meeting on the Jackalope project. So there you have it. With that, we'll move right along into tab D, which is the action and presentation items. This morning, we fell a little bit behind, but as always, there's lots of information to share, and we appreciate everyone doing that openly. And so with that, we'll move right along into the work of the two commissioners we just spoke to. It's a signing of the memorandum of understanding between Sweetwater County, Uena County, Lincoln County, and impacted municipalities for impact assistance funds for Project West. I believe You all have had a chance to review this. Commissioner Richards, do you have something to?
Just a couple of notes. I basically told everybody at the MOU meeting to go back to their bodies and strong arm them into signing the MOU as written, because there is not time for any changes. This does not commit anybody to any action. It just creates a framework for us all to work together in applying for the funds and sets caps on what each individual community can ask for. It also has a paragraph in there that allows the communities to work together between themselves to adjust numbers. So if one community needs a little less and one needs a little more, they can make those agreements without having to rewrite the entire MOU. Despite what I think was overreach on Lincoln County's behalf, we came in well underneath the cap. When we go in there, I'll be along with Eric and John presenting on behalf of Sweetwater County and our projects. Every other municipality will have to defend their own asks. We will work closely with Rock Springs, Green River, and then all the entities under our umbrella in the coming weeks and months to have all of that stuff bulletproof. So with that, I would move that we approve the MOU as presented and allow the chairman to sign along with Exhibit A.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate the information on that. We do have a motion to approve the MOU as presented by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
I thought it might be. Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Job well done, gentlemen. Moving right along, we do have another exciting presentation before us this morning. Up next under tab D is item number 2. We've got Pacific Soda LLC, the Dry Creek Trona project overview this morning. And it looks like we've got Wesley Slaw, the Permitting and Regulatory Affairs Specialist with us. And good morning. Thank you. Technology.
We already loaded it on the desktop. And then all I gotta do is share it with everybody. Okay. I'm good to go on mine. Okay, so
Welcome.
thank you all for your time today. This presentation is going to cover the Dry Creek Trona project, also known as Pacific Soda. I'm Wesley Slaw. I'm the Permitting and Regulatory Affairs Specialist for Pacific Soda. Today, I do have a number of my team with me. I have David Steed here. He's the Permitting and Regulatory Affairs Lead. Hagen Kazmarek, Allison Pearson from Bar Engineering, who's been helping out with the ISP. Behind David is Megan Howdeshell, our legal counsel from Whitney and Dorsey. Our CEO, Erhan Korkmaz, and our lead engineer, Phyllis Zayden in the back. So, as been mentioned a couple of times, tomorrow from 4 to 7 at the Holiday Inn in Rock Springs, we do have our public information sessions. So everybody's attendance is please welcome. So the purpose of this project is to construct and operate a solution minefield and associated facilities capable of producing annual quantities of both marketable soda ash and sodium bicarbonate. The target quantities that we're looking for marketable soda ash is 6 million tons per year, while the sodium bicarbonate is targeted to be 440,900 tons per year. The mining method is done through a series of wells, or well sets, as we call them, and each well set consists of one horizontal well and two vertical wells. The horizontal well is used for injection only, to where the vertical wells can be used for injection or return. This is crucial to the cavern development of this mining method. Typically, the conventional mines in this area are about 1,500 feet deep. We're going to be targeting the trona beds at about 2,200 feet deep. So about 800 to 1,000 feet deeper than the conventional mining with this mining method. The project overview is contains two components. They're the mine site location and the processing facility location. The mine site location and layout is shown in the bottom left in the blue square. The processing facility and layout is shown in the top right in the orange rectangle. Going into a little more detail about each. The processing facility will be located approximately 8 miles west of Green River. The primary components will include a water intake, a refinery, cogeneration facility, calcining and caustic production facility, an emergency purge pond, landfill and salt storage, and a rail loop. The mine site will be located approximately 20 miles southwest of Green River, and the primary components include the well field, the solution mining pump station, the surge pond, the low TA pond, and a landfill. Here's some numbers on the workforce projections. The annual average construction workforce will be about 2,100 people. During the peak construction, the workforce will hit about 4,200 people. And once operation is complete and the facility is operational, there will be a permanent operational workforce of about 530 employees. And that is counting both the mine site and the facility location. So Allison, who's been helping with ISP from Bar Engineering, will share some more details on the regional economic benefits.
Morning.
Thanks, Wes, and thanks for having us today, commissioners. We really appreciate your time. I'll start off with some good news. The good news is for Pacific Soda's Dry Creek Trona project, the jurisdictional area for industrial siding is only Sweetwater County. So that means Eric will still help with a lot of collaboration with the municipalities within the county, but there will be a lot less work for you all, for coordinating with Lincoln and other counties. So a little bit of good news for you there.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, yep. We know that the industrial siding permitting process is important to the county, not just because of those impact assistance funds, but also because of the other improvements you can expect to see in the economy. And certainly it's more than just taxes. So I'm going to touch a little bit on some of the economic benefits we're seeing as part of our early socioeconomic analysis during construction and operation. So this is likely old hat for you guys by now. There's definitely some direct benefits and secondary benefits that are also really important to the community. So during construction, a direct benefit will obviously be hiring of workers in general, and Wes touched on some of those numbers. But most importantly, to Sweetwater County, we will be hiring local qualified workers when that opportunity exists. So that's good to support people who are already a part of the community. In total, $300 million is estimated to be spent on labor during the construction period. So of course, when these workers get paid, a portion of that will be spent locally on goods and services. So housing, food, entertainment, anything that they could possibly need. So that would be a secondary benefit. And as part of that secondary benefit or that secondary spending, we anticipate seeing an additional 2,000 jobs created in the community. And this is more than just service workers. This is really any type of service folks could need while they live in a community for the construction period, which we estimate to be 49 months. In total, the direct and secondary spending is estimated to be $396 million in Sweetwater County for the duration of construction. And then, of course, Pacific Soda, where possible, will purchase construction goods and materials locally as well. So moving on to the operational impacts, it's estimated 530 workers will be permanently employed by Pacific Soda. And that additional secondary spending in the economy that I touched on the last slide will result in 528 additional full-time jobs in the community as well. A total of $38 million will be spent on goods and services attributable to that direct and secondary spending in Sweetwater County. And $580 million is estimated to be spent over the life of the project by project workers who are relocating to make Sweetwater County their permanent home. And last but not least, taxes are certainly important as well. I don't need to get into detail on every single one of these, but ad valorem taxes based on the assessed value of the property are estimated to peak at $20 million. Sales, use, and lodging taxes will be significant during construction. The maximum is estimated to be $45.3 million, and the total will be about $99 million on sales, use, and lodging taxes in Sweetwater County alone. And then finally, production taxes are estimated to be $31.5 million, and that's based on current market values. So just to let you all know where we are in the industrial siding permitting process, so you guys can eagerly anticipate the next stages of your guys' work and hearing about it in these exciting meetings. We had our jurisdictional meeting in July of 2020. Since then, we've been actively working on all aspects of the project, but definitely the industrial siding permit as well, including socioeconomic modeling, traffic modeling, community outreach. And then what I really wanted to push, but I'm glad we've already gotten a couple mentions from you all, is the public information meeting tomorrow. And so that's 4 to 7, anytime from 4 to 7, because it's going to be a poster style presentation with some visuals as well. And we're going to have some representatives there that'll be looking forward to engaging with the community. And that's 4 to 7 at Holiday Inn Rock Springs. We are anticipating an application delivery date of May of this year, and that would put us in a good place to start construction during first quarter of 2025. As I mentioned previously, the estimated construction timeline is 49 months presently. And then finally, I wanted to talk about all of the other very exciting permits that are in progress for this project. What's on the slide is not a comprehensive list. Those are just some of the key permits and approvals or long lead permits and approvals that we're working on. We have really appreciated our collaboration to date with the county planning department and then Gene as well. So we're working through the zoning amendment application with you all that's been submitted. So you all should see that again in April. And then we have also been working with the state. So of course, with DEQ, we're working with Land Quality Division, Air Quality Division, and Water Quality Division. We're working with some of the federal agencies as well. So Army Corps of Engineers for 404 authorizations. And then Bureau of Land Management is processing the environmental impact statement for NEPA authorization. That notice of intent was published in the Federal Register in April of 2022, and we anticipate having a record of decision by the end of this year. That's what we had for you all today. We really appreciate your time. We appreciate the attention and focus that you all give to industrial siding. It's a lengthy process for all involved, but it really does help to make things go smoothly. So thanks for having us today. If there's time, we can take questions. Otherwise, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Allison, and thanks, Wesley, and the whole team for coming over. This is a fascinating project. It's exciting. What a massive project, and talk about millions of dollars of investment into the community. And it's hard not to get excited about that. So we look forward to seeing it take off, and Sweetwater County better saddle up. Comments or questions, commissioners?
I do have some questions
Mr. Tillman?
for the proponents. Is the area fenced at the southwest of the city? Is that area fenced, the mine itself?
So if you could you please come, just because.
I'm David Steed, as Wes introduced me earlier. But currently our well field area to the south, there is no fencing down there. The well field, and we kind of glossed through this, but it's 5 sections currently. We're mining 2 sections at any given time, so it's done in phases, right? So over the next 25 to 30 years, we'll be mining those 5 sections. As we mine in an area, of course, we'll have to kind of secure the area. There's a lot of instrumentation, pipelines, infrastructure on those 2 sections. So we'll have to do some sort of control. We're working with the various landowners, BLM, the private landowners as well, to determine what that would look like. We also want to make sure that we're not prohibiting or affecting wildlife use of the area, et cetera, and livestock grazing. In the processing area to the north, which is up near the LaBarge Road where it comes into the interstate, so kind of pinched in that corner there, there's a variety of different ownership there as well. There will be some fencing. We want to make sure that we're not pushing wildlife into that corner there between the 2 roads. So we're probably looking at some fencing there. And of course, we have like landfill and ponds and things like that, various critical infrastructure that we will need to have secure just to keep things out of it from regulatory requirements, et cetera.
And the other question I have is, we have been participating as cooperators. Director Bingham and myself have been listening in on your meetings, so thank you for all your hard work. Do you think there'll be an issue with the corridor for your getting your water intake, the pipeline?
So our corridor, the original application, when we originally started this project, we had a lot of different things going on, right? We had a water
Right.
line coming down from Green River to the site. We had a rail line going up towards Granger. That action is still being reviewed as part of the EIS. They refer to that as the proposed action. Through cooperator comments, stakeholder comments over the past multiple years, since we really initiated this in 2020, we came back to the table with an action alternative that we felt that we could live with. And in many ways, after time and after studied all the designs, all the resource studies that we've done, we feel is actually a better alternative. We hope the BLM feels that way as well. But that is what we see now. It's what we refer to as alternative D, which has the processing area, the well field, and then the solution line going to connecting the 2. The water intake structure would actually move north to
I see that.
to some lands that there's a state section there. So we're working with the state of Wyoming on access to that section. And then the water line itself is predominantly on private lands. There is a little bit of public land that crosses, but it's mostly on private land, Rock Springs Grazing Association.
But how do you get the water to the lower site?
That's a solution line. So there's a solution line that would
So
come
there will
down.
be a line that
Yeah.
goes down?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it kind of cuts down through the south from the processing area, goes underneath the interstate, and then connects up with where our power line and our access road would go down, where we tie into the Tenneco Road, the existing Tenneco Road that goes down to Salt Lake. We go straight south from there.
Thank you.
Comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter?
Before you sit down, you can probably answer this. It looks like you're planning to produce 6 million tons per year. And I just wondered how that relates. What is the current capacity of our producers that are out there? Do you know what the
Oh my
current
gosh.
capacity is now? I know Dave Kaplan's there. Dave might have a number.
It's total of all the producers, 12 to 14.
That's massive.
So
Yeah.
it's a pretty large piece of that. Now that's max, right? There's ability to scale up and down, right? Or scale up down.
Sure.
I think the one of the big takeaways though is at the end of the day, this will be the largest trona mine or solution mine in the world. I mean, we'll be kind of the tip of the spear from that standpoint. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
huge.
just one more question, then I won't ask anymore. So this mine is the one that's on the BLM, or this is the one on private land?
It's on both. So, I mean, because of the checkerboard
Right.
components down there, we're on BLM and private. So Project West And what we know about it appears to be, at least their mining facilities are all on private.
Right.
Of course, they have a lot of right of ways connecting that. There's really hard to do anything on private without having to go through public.
Right. Now, is there going to be an additional mine in that same area, south,
Not that we're aware.
by your company? No, it's, okay, it's Project,
Yeah.
okay.
So I
Project
will,
West.
kind of that point though, I mean, our initial mine plan is for 5 sections, but we have several sections that take us that go off to the east. So, I'm talking about a 25 to 30-year mine life, but you add those other leases in there and our ability to develop those. We do have some land issues as we go to the east because of the core sage-grouse habitat. So we're hoping as technology builds, we'll have different ways to do these things, and not have such a footprint on the surface, but we have 90+ years of mining out there, right? When you think about a life of true life of mine, from a permitting standpoint, our life of mine is 30 years. That's what's being analyzed in the EIS. But when you think farther out with all those additional leases, we're here for a long time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What other, I don't know who may want to answer this, but one of the things we keep continually hearing about, especially with the amount of workforce you're bringing in, is housing and a shortage of housing. And I know in another project, they're looking into RV sites and things of that, especially during that peak construction timeline. Do you guys have any plans or thoughts? Is this, I would assume, obviously the same struggle? Can any of you speak to that?
Shouldn't sit up front. It's a challenging situation. I mean, we've had various discussions with the county for several months, and we've talked about getting more and more involved. And I know there's some different ideas the county has around temporary housing or housing solutions. We definitely want to be part of that discussion, right? We have been evaluating what's available in the county, and that's part of our economic analysis, is what's available as far as housing, apartments, campsite spaces, RV parks, whatever it may be, and what are the opportunities. We've explored a few opportunities in the Green River, Rock Springs area. We haven't committed to anything yet. We're trying to hopefully get to where we can get a little bit more advancement on some of our major permits, specifically the EIS, which of course there's a long history there why that's been pushed around due to either RMP concerns or some other agencies coming in on various aspects around air quality, et cetera. But we have not committed to we haven't went out and purchased lands or done anything like that. But we do want to be part of the discussion. And so that's been the message I've had with Caleb McDonald at the Economic Development Group, as well as Eric on different components, is we need to be sitting down and kind of thinking this out, because we're coming pretty fast now. If everything stays on track, and we have a lot of permits moving right now, but if everything stays on track, we're looking at construction this time next year. And so, and we're going to have people starting to roll in. It's not a sort of a linear construction. We're developing everything at once. So while we're developing folks in the processing area, we're developing pipelines. We're starting to initiate drilling activity in the well field, looking at roads, we're looking at power, we're looking at water lines, we're looking at solution lines. There's a lot of gas lines, et cetera. So, so to answer your question, yes and no. We haven't formally identified anything, but we do want to have that discussion and being able to work with the county on some ideas as well.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Any other comments, questions, commissioners?
Thank you.
Well, thanks again to you all for coming over. We are very excited for this project. They call us the Trona capital of the world for a reason, and talk about a massive project. So we look forward to being your partner and seeing this come to fruition in a year's timeline. So thanks for keeping us informed. Just for the public, once again, there is a public information session tomorrow at the Holiday Inn in Rock Springs from 4 to 7 p.m. where you can learn more on the project. But very exciting project for the future of Sweetwater County. So thank you all very much for coming over and taking the time to keep us informed. Moving along in the agenda, commissioners, we do have item number 3. Does anyone need a break since we're a little bit behind, or do you want to power through? Good. Okay. We won't keep you waiting back there. We do have the Sweetwater Combined Communications Joint Powers Board 2023 Annual Report. And with us this morning is Executive Director Rick Hawkins. And good morning to you, Rick.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
I can pretty much get you back on track, probably. It depends on questions, of course, but we'll give it a try. Again, my name is Rick Hawkins. I'm the executive director of the Sweetwater Combined Communications. I know that we have emailed out our report and had some time to look it over if you so choose to do so. But I just want to go over a couple of highlights, a few things that we had happen in 2023, just so you're aware of where we're at and where things are going with operations at the center. Number one, in 2023, our overall call volume, including text 911 administrative calls, is up 20%. The statistics showed a marked increase in the text to 911 calls. It more than doubled the text to 911 calls. The actual number is 98, but before that, we'd been in the 40s. So that actually is being used more. We've seen that over the course of 2023. That is also part of the national trend upward in the use of alternative methods of communication outside of voice calls. CAD calls, those are the calls that we dispatch and are tracked for the agencies that we serve, which would be police, fire, and EMS. That overall call volume there remained about the same, would actually decrease by 205 calls. We use a call taking protocol called priority dispatch. One of the things that we saw in 2023 was calls related to EMS increased. The highest increase in those calls were of the more serious nature, and that usually involves additional call taker time to process and result in the call taker providing life-saving instructions over the phone. I can give you an example of that. One example is instructing a caller to perform CPR while waiting for emergency services to arrive. We can do that over the phone via part of this protocol if we have a willing caller. We did do some equipment replacements and upgrades. We completed replacements of the workstations used by the communicators on a daily basis. Just for reference, those workstations had been rebuilt once, but they were actually in service since 2012. So we got our use out of those. We replaced the storage area network, and that was going to be end of support this year. We replaced an uninterruptible power supply up on one of the repeater stations in Rock Springs. That particular uninterruptible power supply had been repurposed from when the 731 C Street building was closed, and we moved all that stuff out of there. So it was time for it to be replaced as well. AV system in the center was replaced due to it being end of life and some of the components were failing. Again, that was in 2012 is when that was originally installed. We did apply for and received an ARPA grant monies through WYDOT in 2022. We are very nearly completing the installation of the equipment that we purchased in 2023. A lot of that is due to weather here recently. It doesn't allow for things to be installed necessarily on a radio tower, and that was part of the purchases. In our report, we have upgrade projects and future projects spanning the next several years. Those are not set in stone, but that does give everybody an idea about the things that we are looking forward to needing to replace in the future. With that, that's a high-level overview. I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate that. Any questions or comments?
I don't know, we might forgive you for stealing our IT man. I'm not sure that Tim will.
Maybe.
Probably gave them a raise and then are going to ask for an increase in their budget here. Couple months.
Well, I was happy to hear that he stayed within the county. That was the only good part.
So
Hey, Rick, explain the text to 911 to me. So is that just I guess I've never really thought about that.
literally, if you
Text them back
have
and
an
forth.
SMS service on your phone, you literally text to 911 is the recipient and whatever your message is. And it routes much the same way a voice call does. And the text shows up. And then the telecommunicators can then correspond with you via text back.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think you had an example last year of a woman that was hostage in a trunk of a car or something, and she texts for help.
Yeah, she did. There's two ways we could communicate with that. That was a particular software that we use that allows us to also receive video. That one, we did not get video on that, but that is a separate system, but it works the exact same way. And you're able to do that somewhat secretly, I guess is a good way to put it. In fact, that's a call taking protocol. If you don't hear any voice on the voice call, the challenge is you send them a text to see if it's one of those situations.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Never really thought about that, but it's another added service. that-
Technology's coming.
Yeah. Makes total sense. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quick question. So on those texts, are they routed the same way as a cell phone call is? Because I know if you're some parts of our county, you can call 911 and it'll go out of state, depending on
Correct.
where you are.
They basically take the same routing because they use the same tables when they do the routing. Some carriers though, have more experience in it, so they seem to be routed a little bit more accurately. But there again, we're on the beginning of that. Other areas of the country use a lot, but they are increasing, so I fully expect that to continue.
Any other comments, questions, commissioners?
Yes, we reappointed Cindy Johnson to your board.
Yes. And I understand there was a switch between the same members but different.
Not with her, but
Representatives.
with two other
Correct.
members.
Correct.
Yeah, that was a City of Rock Springs push. We're still not sure why, but both members were open to it, so
I
we
have-
supported it.
I have no idea why myself, so, but it's okay.
Well, Rick, thanks for coming over as always and keeping us informed as to the good things happening over there at the center. Keep up the good work and
We'll be
look
back
forward
next.
to your reduced budget this year.
I'm
Just
glad
making sure you're
I'm
paying
glad you
attention.
smiled, Mr. Chairman. I will see you next week though, or next meeting. So,
Thanks very much
all
for your
right.
time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That does move us right along into a break, commissioners. So let's resume at 11 o'clock. That's about a 13-minute break. We'll break until 11.
Everyone left us. It must have been because of you, Keaton. Scared them all off.
All right, call this meeting back to order. We were back from break. Where we left off was under tab B, item number 5. A resolution to consider approving 307 Horse Racing Incorporated to conduct pari-mutuel wagering on live horse racing, historic horse racing, and simulcast events at 699 UNA Drive in Green River. I believe we've got Kyle Ridgway and Jack Greer with us this morning. And good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Do you guys have any comments or presentation or anything, or just kind of as presented?
We can give a few comments. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was late last summer. I think we were in front of you guys for a Rock Springs location on Dewar Drive that opened in October. This would be our first location and only location in Green River. It's at the movie palace there that was recently vacated by the movie theater folks. So it was kind of really cool to watch the Trona mine presentation that you guys had earlier. Sweetwater County's got a lot of really, really nice economic infrastructure and improvement coming your way over the next 5 years. And we think that's a really nice facility for us for a number of reasons. One, that that community is going to grow quite a bit. And we've got some optionality. Our intent with that facility is to take one side where the screens were and level the floor, and that would be the gaming side. We have a retail liquor license that's associated with the facility already, which we'll work with the city of Green River on. And then the side where the other screen is, our intent initially is to operate that to show sporting events. You want to go watch the Pokes game, you want to watch the Super Bowl, you want to watch March Madness, those kind of things. We have a concept like that in downtown Casper at one of the other movie theaters where it was a brewery converted it, and they retained some of the screens for showing and things like that. But we've got some optionality with a facility that big where there's some, other potential things we could do with the square footage, depending on whether we can make business cases for, a more entertainment center type concept. But that's not anything that, we want to necessarily commit to up front, because we just opened our first entertainment center in Cheyenne about 30 days ago. And we're trying to see kind of how viable that is, whether you did arcade games or something like that on the other side. We know that the gaming side and what we've seen is what we told you guys when we came to you originally in the summer is, with the 307 First and the Wyoming owned and operated uniqueness, we think we bring a first-class professional product to the communities that we come to. I think you've seen that at our facility in Rock Springs. Our site leader, Braids Roberts, is here in person as well today. Jack and I apologize that we couldn't make it. Jack was at a racing convention, and I'm stuck here in Cheyenne trying to do 3 things at once. Frankly, I'd rather be over there with you guys. But we think that this is going to be a really nice high-end product for that community. There's a lot of growth that's going to come to that community over 5 years. One of the things that I noticed in the presentation that you guys got earlier about the economic impact of the Trona mines and the sales tax didn't include the fact that a facility like ours, as you guys know, creates tax revenue. 1% of the total bet is split between the county and the city. And we think that this project, it's probably going to take us 6 to 9 months to get it open from when we permit it. But we think that, with the amount of, you're talking about potentially 5,000 to 10,000 people that are going to be in that community for 5 years. So this is a facility that could be a tax revenue generator for you guys. In addition to, we think we've got some options to create something for people to do in that community as well. The resolution that's in front of you is the exact same language we did on our previous resolution. We just changed the addresses. So we're still committed to give you guys the ability to have some oversight, and we come back and give you some annual reports. We can tell you that we're very proud of the Rock Springs facility. It's performed as we expected. We think we've expanded that market, and you should start seeing some increased tax payments as the Gaming Commission starts to disperse those. We've only been open for a little bit, and like I said, just had our ribbon cutting. But Jack, I'll let you add anything else that you have. Otherwise, we'd stand for questions you have about the project.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. Nothing really to add other than, every facility we open, we treat the same in terms of offering first-class entertainment, the service, the look of the facility. We want to be an elevated product to the community. And in addition to that, ultimately the revenue generated from these historical horse racing machines expands the live racing industry in Wyoming. So with every facility that we open, we're expanding that industry, increasing purse money. And it's really exciting to see the amount of horsemen they're gaining traction here in the state of Wyoming due to the HHR business in the state. It's an exciting time. All three operators are growing. Purse money is growing. Breeders are growing. The Breeders Fund is growing. But it takes more facilities to do that. So we're excited about this project and continuing to advance the industry in the state. And we'll stand for any questions. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks, gentlemen. Commissioner Toman.
your resolution paragraph 6 says Campbell County.
Yeah, I went back and reviewed that. I think it's just in reference to the rules and regulations of the Wyoming Gaming Commission from Campbell
So
County.
it's okay. It's in there like that. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I believe that's referencing where we actually conduct our live races, which is in Campbell County.
Will you tie into our live racing here at any time?
A portion of our money does go to the Breeders Fund in the state of Wyoming, which is spread across the industry as a whole. But we specifically do not operate the racetrack in Rock Springs. That is the Wyoming Horse Racing operator, also known as the Horse Palace.
Okay. And there can only be one per track.
That's correct.
Any other comments, questions on the resolution, Commissioners? Commissioner Slaughter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. I was talking earlier today and in conversations with our deputy county attorney, one of the things that came to mind with respect to this is we're doing these approvals for each of these competing entities on a 3-year term. And I wonder if it might behoove us to look at potentially trying to get them on the same cycle so that we're doing each of these entities at the same time roughly for that 3-year cycle. It just seems it would make sense to me to look at potentially doing that. I don't know what anyone else thinks about that, but it was just a concept that came out that I thought was something that we could potentially address. It would be in item number 4 on the resolution. Approvals are granted by this resolution shall be for a term of 3 years. And just thinking as we move forward and we're doing these other approvals, we could potentially stagger them. And if we wanted to, we could do them all at the same time.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Toman?
Well, Commissioner Slaughter, I think it's good to stagger them though, because it's like you're trying to pit them against each other if you do them all at once, I would think.
Yeah, the intent would not be to pit them against one another, but
You're just referencing as far as renewing them, all at the same time or
Yeah.
similar timing.
Like liquor licenses, you just do them all at once.
yeah, it just seemed to once again make a little sense to do that, but it may not to anyone else. But
I think the only problem with that is like in this situation where they're just starting out, we would have to, reduce that? Because the last one was last year, right? So you'd be basically reducing this one to a 2-year deal, roughly, whenever that timeline line is up.
an
right?
initial application would have to be done for someone that way to get them on to that track. But I'm not sure exactly how we would work it out, but once again,
Okay.
just conceptual.
Any other thoughts, feedback, Commissioners?
I think that's, Mr. Chairman, I think that's probably a larger discussion. Definitely a policy discussion. It might be one that we want to have with our legislative delegation to talk about a different way of providing these, whether it be a license similar to a liquor license or something like that in the future, but this is what we have to work with today, so I'm pretty good as it's written today.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with how it's written today, Mr. Chairman.
I agree.
I would add, Mr. Chairman, from our perspective, we've worked with the County Commissioners Association pretty diligently on some potential legislation around this. You know, Jack and I from the beginning have thought that these resolutions should kind of work like liquor licenses. And we've worked with a number of counties, Converse County, Natrona County, Goshen County, Albany County, to try to figure out how to make these where they sort of work exactly like what Commissioner Jones was suggesting. And so there may be some legislation coming from the County Commissioners Association. There may not, but I think that's the model, and we can be flexible with you guys because we're not afraid to come in and stand on a record with how we've operated, whether you review us at 2 years or 3 years, or if you want to adjust it midstream. We're more than willing to have those conversations about what the most efficient way is to process them. So from our perspective, we'd be agnostic about how you want to handle it, but we have worked legislatively to try to get it to just work like this, like liquor licenses, and we'll see if that's how that actually shakes out.
Thanks, Kyle. Any other thoughts?
Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
with that, I'd move adoption of resolution number 24-03-CC-01, a resolution approving 307 Horse Racing Inc. to conduct parimutuel wagering on live horse racing, historic horse racing, and simulcast events at 699 Uinta Drive, Green River, Wyoming.
Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a motion to approve the resolution as presented by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Did you want to speak? I didn't even know you were with the group till they introduced you, so sorry about that, but welcome. Thanks for being here. With no other discussion, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks to all three of you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to getting going on the project.
Thank you.
Very good. Moving right along, Commissioners, under tab D, this will bring up item number 6, which is a request for approval of resolution 2403-CC02, authorizing recruitment leave policy for the Sheriff's Office employees who recruit successful applicants for specified law enforcement positions. This is one we discussed a few meetings ago that was sent back for some more, I guess, revisions in that realm. So with us this morning is HR Director Gary McLean, and Sheriff Grossnickel. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, County Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Revisiting discussion from the last meeting on this issue, just to refresh everybody's memory. The sheriff had made the request to look at some ways to recognize, reward staff members who assisted in successfully recruiting candidates for some of the difficult positions. To remind everyone, there are 3 specific areas that are continuously challenging to fill. That's the sheriff deputy position, detention officer position, and the detention nurse position. So there were some concerns and questions at the last meeting regarding some of the specificity. What I attempted to do working with the sheriff was to draft a policy being specific about eligibility, terms of the policy, effective date. Also being clear both in the resolution and the policy, this is a trial basis. I don't think the sheriff or any of us know whether some of these programs are going to be effective. It's about trying them, see if the things that are successful, being flexible to try different things, and if they work, then to build on them. If they are not, then to work on other things. This is a multifaceted approach and will continue to evolve as the staffing demands of the department change. I'd be happy to go through the policy, but the basic idea of I think is that there's lots of different components to recruiting, and I think the background investigation process to be a for any of these positions in law enforcement is fairly extensive. So the sheriff assigns an investigator who spends a huge amount of time going through the background process. So it seemed appropriate to use that such that if an employee is actively involved in recruiting a successful candidate, we can use that background investigation process to verify that. So the employee would submit via an affidavit format where they're swearing that this is what the activities that I engaged in. The background investigator can verify that role and those activities with the applicant, again, under oath and part of the investigation process. As the sheriff will tell you, truthfulness is one of the major causes for people to wash out of the background investigation, not being honest. So that process will be a way of verifying specifically the recruitment activities that were conducted. And then at such time that that is verified, then that would go to the sheriff for approval and then to my office. And then the coding would be set up within the system, allowing for 16 hours of paid recruitment leave for a maximum accumulation at any one time of 32 hours. So I think that's kind of the gist of it. I think that's a good process to determine specifically what's happened. I'd be open to any feedback or concern that we need to. Again, if we need to do some further work, that's certainly fine as well. The language in here is for a 12-month trial from the date that the policy is adopted, if it is adopted. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the information on that. Comments or questions, commissioners? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple concerns, and I think I'm probably going to ask you a question that doesn't really have an answer since this is new and it's trial 1 year. But I guess I've seen a variety of things like this over the years, some sort of incentive program. And I appreciate the idea. My concern is, and the reason I ask you with your position, but my concern is, how does that look to the rest of the county? And what I'm afraid we're going to get into is, okay, we give the sheriff's department a 1-year trial, then everybody else says, well, what about me? And is this just a snowball that we can't stop once we start it?
Sure. I mean, I think that's a fair question. But just like in the sheriff's department, again, we're only targeting 3 areas that have been historically and continuously difficult to recruit. So we aren't addressing all the other areas of law enforcement or the civilian roles within the department because there aren't difficulties filling those positions. So that's one aspect. And I think if you were to take that to the rest of the county, that would be much the same issue. We have a few positions from time to time that are difficult to recruit depending upon circumstances. And if that made sense in those areas, I don't think that would be, if this proved to be successful, difficult to contemplate in that context. But I would say for the vast majority of positions, it wouldn't apply. There are very few circumstances. So to be a little bit more specific, where we would have difficulty recruiting positions are very technical positions or professional positions that require specialized knowledge or training where there's not very many folks in the local market that have that training or education. So those would be the only circumstances that I can see where this might make sense. The second part that I would add to that is that we touched on this a little bit the last meeting. When I started here, like almost 80% of the people that went into law enforcement came out of the military. And so we had people who were already very well oriented to law enforcement type roles and training. And the jump to civilian law enforcement wasn't a huge transition. Today, we have very few people who apply from law enforcement in from ex-military in those positions. And so you don't have people who are very well acclimated to what it means to work in a detention center with 130 male, female, juvenile detention staff in that kind of context, or what it means to make drug arrests by yourself out in a remote area of the county. So one of the things that the law enforcement staff have, I think, that is particularly important, and they've done this before, it's not new, but is to try to make sure this is the right fit. So for example, we've had scheduled times where they'll come in and shadow or spend time in the detention center so they understand what the job entails, or to do ride-alongs with the staff so they understand in the patrol context what that is. Nursing in a detention setting is not like working in the hospital or working in a private doctor's office. The rules that govern that and the role that's being asked is much different, maybe closer to a public health nursing role. And so I think the staff in those specific areas are the best tool to make those people who aren't acquainted with those jobs aware of what those jobs can offer and what they entail. And I think that's the idea. So to summarize that, I don't see the applicability of this wide scale across thing. I don't think it makes sense. We, for most positions, have plenty of applicants in the local pool. But I wouldn't be against if we thought it would be successful, or if this is successful, to look at it for those 1 or 2 positions that come up from time to time. That might make sense. I see no reason for it to snowball. And then the second thing, I guess, is that this is a fairly specialized area where the staff are in a good position to help particularly young people orient to what law enforcement means for the sheriff's office, particularly in a detention area. The Rock Springs PD does not operate a detention center. Green River does not operate a detention. The only detention facility in the county is operated by the sheriff's office. So there's only limited places. You can't go work for a private detention facility out in the community. So there's only limited places to learn and be oriented to those jobs. So that's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think the old saying, perception is reality. So everybody can have their own perception. And my department has struggles, maybe this month, maybe not every month, but because my department has struggles, sheriff's department has struggles, so it should apply to me too. So I mean, I guess I just think if we're going to approve this, we just somehow need to make sure that it's very clear that, first of all, this is only the sheriff's department. Second of all, this is a trial, and that's maybe the most important piece of the puzzle, because this could all go away. Who knows? But I'm really, really concerned that it's going to be turned into, what about my department? My department's just as important as everybody else's, and so I should have this or more. So that's just kind of my concern. Not opposed to the idea entirely, just a broader picture, that's all.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Slaughter.
I tend to have the same concerns that Commissioner Jones has. I don't want to give the impression that I'm not in favor of our law enforcement, because I certainly want to support them in every way. I just don't see this as something that is not going to give that perception around the county. And because of that, I think it's something it's a tough sell for me. I just, as Commissioner Jones said, perception is reality. And I think when other departments see this, they're gonna say, well, maybe this is not exactly the way we want to handle it, but we've got another way to handle this, and we'd like to potentially have leave for our employees in this situation. And I just don't want to open us up for something of that nature.
Got a similar concern in regards to the snowball. I understand this is more specific, especially, when you're talking the detention center. I guess one question I would probably have for the sheriff on it. I believe in the last time you guys were here, all of your current recruitment is done in-house, whereas you're not using, a headhunter, if you will, or a third party. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We have Sergeant and then another group of employees that's on a recruitment team. And that consists of all areas of the sheriff's office. And we do that so it's not incurring a cost to the county. it's difficult now. We're trying to change a narrative of law enforcement. We just saw it in our legislature, where one of the legislators said the officer that got killed in Sheridan knew what he was signing up for, which really peeved me, because I believe somebody that's an elected official should be supporting those that are out there doing this. But it's very difficult right now because of the national theme out there on law enforcement. We've done a good job here at the sheriff's office to keep our recruitment and what we do at the sheriff's office as neutral in our budget as we can. We're not asking for another position for a recruiter, or asking for retention bonuses or sign-on bonuses, which are a huge thing throughout the state of Wyoming right now. Casper gives over $12,000 for a sign-on bonus for an officer that already has experience. That's something we've tried to stay away from to be financially responsible. So we're trying to think outside the box of doing this. And I understand the snowball effect, but you can get that from my agency too. My guys don't get holidays off. They don't get Easter off. They have to work and you don't hear them saying anything. Are they compensated for it? Yes, but I'm sure they like to have those holidays off like everybody else does. So it goes both ways. We're just trying to look at some way to curb this problem and serve the people of Sweetwater County the best we can.
Yeah, and I can reason with that. I mean, I served in a different hat, and the reason I was asking the question is just because similar recruitment issues and, always being down on staff, which obviously was just increasing overtime to the budget and costing that particular entity, more money than it would be to do something along these lines. That, I guess, solution at the time was to hire someone in-house as a full-time, recruitment individual. And I didn't support that just because I didn't see the longevity of it. Whereas this is, especially in this example, is more, on a temporary status to see how it goes for a year, where that one, I just felt like, at the beginning it may be successful, but then it kind of, dies out. And so I wasn't sure if, if we don't approve this, is there plans to do something, by going outside of your internal operation, so to speak, that this may be more beneficial cost-wise, aside from having the internal knowledge and recruitment of referrals.
And Mr. Chairman, obviously we're going to do that. We're not just going to tuck our head and go home. But again, you look at studies, the best people out there to recruit are the people that work within your agency. Maybe the county does need to go with this countywide. How many employees have you heard that don't like their job? We need the ones out there saying, yeah, this is a great place to work. Let's bring more people in, and this is why. So that's one of the ideas we have too. They can sell what we are doing, and I can stand here and tell you what we've done, what we continue to do. But the people that are doing the work, that are out there enjoying the job, those are the ones that we need to hear from.
And how many did you say you were down? Was it patrol or detention, or wasn't it around 9?
Right now, the main one is detention, and I believe we are eight down. Again, we are hiring people like crazy, but we are 8 down.
Further comments, questions? Commissioner Richards.
First, I'd commend you, Sheriff, on thinking outside the box. I have reservations too, but I think this is a 1-year experiment, and I'm willing to have the discussions with somebody who comes in and says, what about me? And be clear that this is a 1-year experiment to see how it works. And if it works and it can work for others, I'm willing to explore that possibility, but that's not what's in front of us right now. What's in front of us is this one. And I think it's a good idea to at least try for that year. So I would move to approve resolution 24-03-CC-02, authorizing a recruitment leave policy for sheriff's office employees who recruit successful applicants for specified law enforcement positions.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that, but I have a couple questions.
The first, we do have a motion to approve resolution 2403-CC-02 by Commissioner Richards. We do have a second by Commissioner Toman. Further discussion, Commissioner Toman.
My question is, do they have to go through the law academy for these jobs? Do they have to take that training?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Toman, if they don't have the certifications, yes.
With the exception of the nurse.
Of the nurse.
And that's not law.
That would be maybe an amendment, is that once they're training and some kind of a probationary time. What if they resign? I know you've put in factors to make them pay for all these things if they don't stay on the job, but what about they have to be on the job for 6 months or a year before you give that bonus? Would that work, or is that not
We
really a
discussed that,
problem?
we
Yeah.
discussed that, and we didn't see that that would be very beneficial. Again, they only have a year to use this, and it's not gonna cost our budget anything because
Yeah,
they
okay.
can't cash it out or take it with them when they go.
Okay, I support it though as a pilot project. I think it's a good effort.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Gary.
If I could just touch on one thing that I think you were alluding to, and I don't think we addressed specifically. You were asking about using headhunters or recruiters, and I think one of the challenges, and we haven't really discussed this in law enforcement, and it's what creates a lot of difficulty, especially getting people that are already certified in, is that most states like Wyoming have, you're eligible to retire in 20 years and out. So once folks get along that schedule, if you're in Colorado or Utah or Idaho or Montana or Arizona, it becomes almost financially impossible for them to move into another retirement system and lose what you've got in that retirement system. Wyoming, a number of years ago, tried to make a buy-in provision. I can't even think if there's even been a time that it's been used because it's so cost prohibitive to do that. So normally if you were to go recruit, for example, for a planning position or something like that, that would look at a regional, much larger pool. The entities that are paying sign-on bonuses are really just taken from one agency and hire into that. You're just moving the same pool of people around. And I think the sheriff's been explicit in not wanting to do that. That's what happens. You bait people. There was a time when the Trona mines, who were in earlier, did the same thing, had people moving from one mine to another mine. Doesn't make any sense. And so using recruiting services to bring people in that are qualified or certified from outside of those areas would only be effective if they'd never been in law enforcement before. It's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to get people that are 5 or 10 years along in law enforcement to move from another state into the Wyoming retirement system. And because of the hit they're going to take in their retirement, either financially or their years of service credit or whatever. So it's very difficult to do that. We're certainly against trying those things, but I think we just want to make sure we vet all of the low-hanging fruit first.
One more thing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tillman.
I just want, have you been recruited to talk to the high school WIN program about law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tillman, yes, we work well with both districts. We go to also the universities and the colleges that have their career programs also.
Thank you.
And also to add to that, we work with the Rock Springs High School Public Safety Academy and have those students come with us, and they shadow us all the time and go through all the different areas of the sheriff's office.
And they're doing a career day, the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership, I think on April 12th at the college.
Correct. And we try to get to all those that we can, including the University of Wyoming and other states and their colleges.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter.
I'm still somewhat reluctant, but I think in listening to all of the testimony that we've heard, I think I'll defer to the judgment of the sheriff, who has obviously put a lot of thought into this and knows his operation much better than I do, and to our HR director, who seems to think that this does not create the problem that we see, particularly with the perception. So you've convinced me to try this for a 1-year trial, and we'll see what happens with it. But once again, I think that our sheriff has done an excellent job and his staff has done a good job. So thinking outside the box is something that I think can be rewarded. Maybe it is something that we should look at for other agencies too, and we can look at that. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones.
Do you know any other counties that have tried this? I mean, I know there's sign-on bonuses, but this particular approach?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Jones, I'm not aware of any.
I mean, I appreciate the focus on the sheriff's department. I really appreciate that, and that you need our support, and I don't have a problem at all supporting you. Still have big picture concerns, but I agree. I'm willing to give it a shot for a year and see what happens. And I hope I'm wrong.
Commissioner Jones, probably the more typical example is money. And I think the
Right.
sheriff was specifically trying to stay away from that, one, the perception, but also where people are focused so much on that it becomes like a gaming type thing. And I think he was specifically trying to avoid that, which is probably the more common practice. I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's why I was asking about this instead of money, because that interests me.
Yeah, I'll follow up. I'll be honest. I appreciate you guys going back and reworking it after the last time you presented, and we had some concerns with it. I've been on the fence on this one. I've discussed it with the sheriff a couple different times. But I appreciate, the outside of the box thinking that everyone spoke to, and the fact that it's a year trial to see if it's successful. Maybe it's exactly what's needed, and we don't know what the heck we're talking about up here. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'd also keep in mind as the earlier presentation that you had today clearly illustrated, there's going to be significant number of high-paying jobs available in the community, and their intent, obviously, for lots of reasons, will be to staff those. I would fully expect to lose a couple more members of the department or other places, as has happened at other times like this in the past. So I don't see this challenge getting better immediately. I see it getting more focused over the coming months. Those are positive economic things for the county, but they always create opportunities for people to move and move into other high-paying jobs when they're available. So history has told us that to expect that to have some challenges, particularly in these areas of the county.
okay. Well, you've turned to me today. So with that, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Thank you. Appreciate you both.
Circle back in about 12 months and see where we stand.
Sounds good. Good luck. Hope it works out.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richards.
I just want to comment as we were going through the industrial siting process, and the sheriff identified some of his needs. One of the things we'd asked him about is identifying increase in labor, and he was pretty clear. I can't fill the positions I have, taking free money through a siting process to not fill any more positions really doesn't do me any good. So I hope this is a way to get him to be able to fill those. I'm going to be leaning on you to make a bigger request here on this next proposal, because there's really going to be impact both in your patrol and your jails.
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Richards, I agree with you 100%. I was hoping to get through my career without another boom, but it doesn't look like that. So we will be going to the drawing board, and we'll know what we'll need. And we'll work with the entire board, because we probably are going to have to put additional personnel on that the county is going to have to absorb with the amount of people that are coming through.
We'll ask for more cars and then we can pay for the employees instead of the cars.
Don't do that.
But I thank you all very much, and we'll make this work. Thank you.
Thanks for hearing us out. Appreciate it. Moving right along, commissioners, under, where are we? Still tab D. Item number 7 is the filing of the positions and salaries from agencies receiving county funding. And with us this morning is Accounting and Payroll Deputy Destiny Morrison. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Chairman and County Commissioners. I'm Destiny Morrison, the Accounting and Payroll Deputy, and before you is the filing of gross salaries pursuant to Wyoming State Statute 18-3-516.
Any questions on the publication of these salaries, commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Destiny.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Next up, we have an information technology report from IT Director Tim Knight. And welcome, Tim.
Thank you. If we can.
Uh, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to be here and kind of update you on status of IT in the county.
Nice logo, Tim.
Yeah, that was something that we got accomplished, so grateful for that. But Commissioner Tolman requested that I come to the board and kind of update you on where we're at and kind of where we're at moving forward and some of the things that are going on in IT. And so I don't know if you can see that very well, but so over this last year, we did upgrade the camera and security systems at the jail. That was, we moved from 98 cameras that were getting old and in the wrong places to over 160 cameras, including some with a new fisheye dewarping technology that allows you to have multiple views and be able to actually see it as if you were looking at someone directly, which has greatly improved security, including new 50-inch monitors that display those cameras in the control centers. The HMI system was upgraded, and with callback monitors, it's really improved their process and their ability to work. The jail is one of the highest litigation locations for the county, and so improving that was a huge benefit. We also upgraded the wireless network to the new technology 6E and included new cloud management. Centralizing that management has improved our ability to do that and to better secure the wireless network in our buildings. With all of the turnover that we've had, there was a kind of a need to improve the training that needed to happen with our financial software. And so we engaged with our software vendor, Tyler, to put in their PACE program, which stands for the Planned Annual Continuing Education System, which gives us 6 days of training with a Tyler expert. So we've been engaging with classes with the treasurer's people, the accounting people, our new accountants, and that's improved, I think, our use of the software and at least made them maybe a little more functional. But we'll continue with that. It also gives us some the ability to go to their conference. It gives us a couple tickets to that every year. So we'll continue improving that use. We modified how we do domain name service, which is how the internet knows how to talk to each other. We moved that to an external resource. And by doing that, it's allowed for some redundancy to happen. So when we have part of our network go down, we actually have 2 ISPs. And if one goes down, then that DNS automatically knows that and will only route the traffic to the one that's working. So we've had that happen a few times, and it's kind of fun to watch when that does happen because no one knows it happened except us, which is what we want. We just migrated everybody's emails over to Microsoft 365. It's a debate how successful that was. We think it was pretty successful because we got everything moved. But there is a little bit of training and some things that still need to happen in that arena, including maybe adding multi-factor authentication and making sure that works. But we disrupted everybody's life so much for a little bit that we decided to kind of back off a little bit. But we'll be migrating everybody to multi-factor soon, and also adding Teams and some other stuff into Microsoft 365 for everybody. We changed our endpoint protection software, and we just started putting in some new remote firewalls for all of our external people that connect in, and that we'll be working on that still a little bit. And something that was actually really successful was we've helped the attorney's office with some new software for discovery with iCrime Fighter. which has greatly improved their ability to distribute the mass amount of evidence and stuff that they have to deal with, and to keep track of that. And it's been a really successful for them. So what's coming? The big focus right now in IT is what they call cyber resiliency. Cyber resiliency is a change from just protecting your network. It's the idea that says we're going to architect this in such a way that we know at some point we're going to get breached. Over 75% of companies and organizations have been breached by ransomware. We're fortunately have not had that happen here yet, but it's a potential. And so we have to plan as if that's going to happen or has happened. And so we are going to be working on, we're working with the local cybersecurity people at the state, and the federal government's put a lot of resources into doing that, to do some more assessments, identify our weaknesses, continue to improve our infrastructure, building and disaster recovery plans. We have a lot of stuff in place, but it can always be improved. And so we're going to continue to work on that. And so we're going to be working on building a better cyber resiliency architecture. The big challenge right now is as we move more things to the cloud, that becomes more difficult to protect. You have more places where that can happen, but unfortunately the cloud is kind of where we're going to end up being. So, and so part of that architecture includes zero trust. That means not trusting anybody, including people within the organization. So you have to have systems in place that recognize that someone might be in your system with bad intentions, whether they came from the outside or they're already inside. And so we're also going to be like improving our disaster recovery, like I talked about, having business continuity planning, and then our assessments through CISA, and then our cybersecurity investments. So those are the different areas of cyber resiliency that we have to kind of continue to look at. With that, we'll be investing in a new zero-day product. We currently have one in place that monitors the network. It looks at what's going on. They came back with about a 20% increase in cost. So I'm looking at a different company that does a very similar thing that'll cost us a little bit less. And then that product also has the email spam filtering. And so we're going to have to probably modify that a little bit. Those products have to learn. And so there's always this risk when you change, because there's this window of time where you're more vulnerable. And so we're hoping that, with our different layers of security, we won't have any issues, but that's going to be happening in our next year. We do have a contract with our website people to redesign the network.
Now we're talking.
Now, there we go. Commissioner West says, hey, how come our logo's not up there? And I'm like, yeah, we need to get that done. So, so we do have a committee in place to do that. And they've started the process of kind of giving them pictures and our new logo, and they're going to be giving us a new concept. Once they get that concept done, then they'll give us a few examples. They'll show us what they came up with, and then they'll migrate our current content over in the same format that it is today. But their new product has fillable forms, which include the ability to do reservations. We currently pay a third party to do our park reservation software. So I think we'll be able to move that into the website, and I think it'll do a really good job. So we'll be doing that as well. And then our contract actually is locked in on its rate, except we added a little bit, so they're going to increase that, but it's only about $1,000 a year to add these extra features. And in 5 years, we'll get to do it again if we need to. So I do like our company for that.
Our firewalls need to be replaced, as well as our network switches. These got put in about when I started, and it's time to, they're not going to be supported over the next year or two. So we're going to be breaking that into a 2-year cycle to be able to kind of migrate to those. So that will be a pretty significant investment that we have to make to do that. But, you know, usually it's about 7 to 10 years or more that investment works. So the other thing that's lacking, the cameras in the Green River Courthouse, they're kind of a hodgepodge of older cameras, and we have a few newer cameras. So I'll be requesting that we replace some of those and maybe move some of them. We'll be working with the security team on exactly where to put them and how many, but not a significant cost, but it will be a little bit of a cost that we need to deal with. Of course, we need to expand our use of Microsoft 365. Everyone now has the ability to use Teams, and I don't know that everybody knows how to use Teams, but it's a very powerful tool for collaboration, and be able to create teams, and with those teams, be able to use SharePoint to store and share documents. And so one of the things that we've actually got a pilot program together is the ability for appointed boards to use Microsoft 365 Teams to be able to keep their content that they have, because a lot of them have minutes and things that they're tracking, and who knows where those are at. Those are all public records, and they need to be kept in a location and be able to be discoverable in the event that something happens. And so Southwest Counseling was having an issue. So we've set up kind of a little trial for them that we'll be presenting to them in the next little while. We'll expect them to reimburse us for the cost of that licensing, but I think that that would be a really good use. So that's something we're experimenting with. If the board feels, if you feel like that's something we shouldn't do, then please let me know. But I think it's definitely worth exploring.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, Tim, but part of the idea behind some of that is just, you know, boards are changing, and, you know, you've got history involved there with the minutes and everything, that depending on what happens, some of that gets lost. And so no one has the ability to go back and review some of those. And, you know, in some circumstances, there may even be, you know, HR issues that they may want separated out. So the idea of utilizing a management tool like this is that anyone that gets appointed would have access to it and be able to go back and review any of the history for some of that, among other things. But
yeah,
I support it. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, appreciate that. So, our vehicles are becoming increasingly more technical, and there are a lot of issues that we're running into with being able to support those. So we did a trial this year on a different computing platform. We had these semi-rugged data terminals that were inside of the vehicles that were getting beat up, and we ended up returning 10 of those last year from Dell. Like, we got 12 and returned 10 of them. So we decided we're going to look at somebody else. So we did a 3-month trial with a company called GTAC. They specialize in vehicle computers for computers. They're slightly more, but not significant. They do have a built-in scanner into that, which is kind of nice, because that little handheld scanner they have in the vehicle kind of gets bumped around and stuff. So this actually, they just push a button on the laptop and scan the driver's license right there. So we just got in 5 of them. We'll be deploying those out and doing those moving forward. But in addition, there's some certifications and some things that need to happen for the people that work on those. And we've had lots of problems. So I will be requesting in next year's budget to add a person that just specializes in law enforcement and vehicle technology. Give you a chance to think about it, maybe ask questions, but you know, if you decide not to do that, we'll still do what we do. But that is something that I've been working with HR to try to figure out what that position might look like. That is an area that needs a lot of support, and they've been dividing a lot of those duties among their leadership. But every time you have a change, it changes who's doing it, who's managing, you know, the different connectivity tools, the cell phones, the radios, all of that kind of happens. So we're hoping maybe to be able to help them out a little bit from the IT perspective, and have somebody that kind of just focuses on that. Storage and backup continue to be a huge growth point and challenge. Storage, because of the amount of evidence that is video and audio, we are seeing growth rates in the storage area that are just crazy. And so what we've done is taken the approach that we're going to tier that. Some of that evidence we have to keep forever. Any type of felony evidence has to remain forever. And so it's fairly inexpensive to keep that in a cloud platform. And so we have software that manages and moves that data to the cloud as it ages out. So if it's been there for a few months and it's been a closed case, then it will just archive it up to the cloud. And so we have kind of a tiered, we have flash storage for our production stuff. We have regular disk where we keep stuff that's doesn't have to keep forever, but we don't use it very often. And then we have this stuff in the cloud. But we are going to have to invest a little bit in some of our backup solution as we migrate some of our data to the cloud. We have to back that up too. And so backing up cloud data is a different piece of software for that to work and manage. So that's another something that we're working on. We do have some bids out for the door lock consolidation. So the external doors, we want to move those to the Genetec system, which is what we're using at the Justice Center. And so we'll be coming back next meeting to present those bids and get the awards, but that will put the external doors onto that. And then over the next, my goal would be to work with facilities and pick a number of doors that we're going to just migrate to that every year. Just to put that into the budget, to have a single place to manage that. We're seeing a huge increase in support cost. All the vendors are very proud of their products. Like I said, one of them came back and said, that's going to be 20% more. Most of them are giving us, 3 to 5% increases on a lot of our stuff. Everybody wants to do a multi-year contract, which in some ways locks the pricing for us. And I'm not opposed to that. But it does kind of change from year to year how much we're spending in support. So that's where some of our costs are coming from. So anyway, hopefully I didn't take too long, but that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
No, we appreciate the update, Tim. You got a lot going on there, and looks like your budget will be cut in half with the amount of requests coming in. So that's good to see too.
Yeah.
But no, it's very important stuff, and I think a lot of times it gets overlooked. And like you said, one simple breach can wreak havoc on the entire county system. So appreciate all you're doing on the security aspect of that and the other upgrades that are included with that. So comments, questions, commissioners?
Thank you for providing that update, because I didn't want to try to have to do that. So I did my due diligence, Mr. Chairman. I did the liaison. I made him do the work.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so on that note, yes, thank you.
Yeah, you think
How
you're
many staff do you have and how many are you down right now?
There are 7 of us, including me. One will be leaving. Tomorrow's his last day. Going up to help Rick and David at the 911 center. And then, so that's what I currently have.
And you don't have 24-hour monitoring of the system though, do you? Does someone have to stay in there all night too?
No,
No, okay.
We do have someone on call, every night. So there's someone that's always available. And we rotate that call through the staff.
So speaking of the additional position relative to, the sheriff's department, it sounded like that's a 24-hour operation. Is your on-call person getting hit up a lot on, weekends and evenings with IT related issues?
Most of our calls are coming, well, they were coming from the jail, but most of them come from patrol. Yeah, we're probably only getting, I'd say maybe 6 or 7 a month. So it's not significant on the calls, the number of the call volume. So
I'm
it's not
just
a big
curious. I
deal.
mean, I hate to keep going back to it, but I had a different experience where that department tried to hire their own IT person, which wasn't under, the entity IT department. And so then you had kind of conflicting. And so it's interesting that you're looking to hire someone specific for that, that would still understand the integration from everything else going on within the county. So I was just curious what that call volume was looking like.
And the sheriff's the one who approached me and asked me about it. So, like I said, I think I would like it under my department because if you guys change too much.
Yeah.
And every time there's a new elected sheriff, and we'll be able to work together on it. So I think it'll be a good role. They'll be working with the vehicle maintenance people a lot too. So.
Further comments, questions? Thanks, Tim. We appreciate you coming over today and or
Thank you
coming up
very
today, I
much.
should say.
Yes.
And moving right along, commissioners, we left off, or next up rather, is item number 9, which is the discussion of the Green River Courthouse sewer line. With us is Public Works Director Gene Legursky again. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Chairman West. I was going to try to get you guys out by noon, but not very busy. So we only have 4 items to go over today. So we'll just kind of go through them. We have a 62-year-old building, sewer lines failing in the basement, underneath the whole entire slab from my office to the street. We've tried to repair it twice ourselves and snake it, and it's come to the point where it's done. We need to reline it with a liner and get it back to so it can actually flow. So it actually doesn't have an egg shape to it. It's more cylindrical and it flows better. So with that, we've talked to the facilities committee. There is money out there that hasn't been spent. And this project, we would like to do all 3 lines. That way we're in and out and we hopefully don't have to do it again for a very long time. The liner will last hopefully another 50 years. So well beyond my time, which is a good thing because I don't want to go through what we went through about a month ago again with the sewer line.
I did witness that. I happened to be in the courthouse when he's running the snake up the pipe.
If you guys look about a month ago and you look at my left sleeve, you'll notice it was really wet when I came up here when you guys couldn't find me. And I'll leave that up to your guys' imagination what happened.
I've got a pretty good imagination.
Yes, you
with
do.
that.
Yeah, you deal with that a lot.
Questions? I know there's only a certain few companies in town that can perform a service like this, but this isn't something we need to go out to bid on, right?
No, I
It's
think
underneath
it
the
qualifies
threshold.
for an emergency. The only other company that does it, it's not a poly liner, it's actually a spray-on liner.
Yeah.
So it's not as thick and it doesn't create the same rigidity. My main concern is there's about a 40-foot section, I'll be completely honest with you. It doesn't have a bottom. So we need to get a non-spray-on liner in there, an actual resin liner to help with the integrity of the pipe.
Yeah, and I think in the packet you had that you could get by with one of the lines, maybe not up front.
Yeah,
but
we could. The
maybe-
yellow line, it's a 3-inch line that comes from the air handling unit. We could probably not get by with that, but since they're in here, they would actually like to start. If you guys approve this, we're gonna start Friday night.
Yeah, I'd rather just do them all.
Not have to worry about it.
Any other feedback, commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the work as discussed to repair the Green River Courthouse sewer line and to use a portion of the fiscal year 24 closed capital project funds that were discussed back on December 5th, 2023.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones, I believe. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Turning it back to Gene on a discussion regarding the use of the proceeds from the sale of the Green River Youth Home located at 1580 Colorado Drive.
As you guys are well aware, last commission meeting, you guys approved the sale of the Green River Youth Home. It actually closes later this afternoon. So that's a really good thing. What I would like to use is actually use those proceeds, about 135,000 of that, and put it in a special fund to be able to use at the Rock Springs Youth Home. We're actually undergoing a project right now to modify the Rock Springs Youth Home that you guys approved to add more beds over there because of the loss of the Green River Youth Home beds. And this will help offset those costs, but it'll also do us one better and look forward to the future of what that youth home can be, and if we need to expand it and do some studies and use that for, you know, what it was intended, because we are closing this down. The youth home gets paid by how many beds they have. They also get paid by emergency beds and all other things, but it's really critical that we make sure that we keep the beds here. And talking with DFS, Devin, Nita James, if they lose beds, they will never get them back. So that's one of our things that we are really trying to concentrate on doing, is to make sure that they don't lose those beds. You know, we've talked about influx of people and stuff like that. It can't be hammered more. The more influx of people, the more percentage, the same percentage of people have crises like this, but you have more people, so therefore you need more beds.
Yeah, and I think that makes good sense, and it's probably something we can hone in a little more during, you know, budget time or when we establish their agreement. But I do want, you know, to make it known that we don't want to lose those beds, and in fact, we want to make sure that they're utilized especially for, you know, youth crisis and youth crisis beds. And I know, you know, we hear from the sheriff's department and other police agencies that are struggling with, you know, those timeframes, usually after hours, on where individuals in crisis can be placed, you know, for the youth. And so, you know, I do want to make that a condition that they develop a plan, you know, with the local agencies to, you know, fulfill those needs. And so, you know, I'm good with moving this money. I think that makes good sense, but it is something that I think we as a board need to hone in on and make sure that we have those resources adequately available. So, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, I do want to make it clear to our component entities going forward that if they don't take care of their properties, we're not going to sell them at a loss and then give them the money to do what they want to do in their other properties. This is a special case. They had some special problems. But our component entities need to take care of their stuff and provide their basic maintenance.
Yeah, that's a good point. Any other discussion? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve using the proceeds from the sale of the Green River Youth Home located at 1580 Colorado Drive for repairs and renovations at the Rock Springs Youth Home located at 3801 Sweetwater Drive as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner,
is there any budget considerations under the current budget that we need to take into account? Create any line items? Just
No, you guys have already approved the project funding for what we're currently doing out there right now, so we'll cover this. And I just wanted to make sure that it didn't get lost in the general fund.
any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next is item number 11, the renewal of the commercial lease agreement between Sweetwater County and Masterminds 307. And we'll hand it back to Gene.
I'd also like to say that Marion Brown, who is the owner, is actually out in the audience here. They've been in that building since July of last year. Very good stewards of the building. Amazing. We've actually seen our utilities go down since they've been in there, because they shut off lights on a regular basis. Unlike us in the county, we keep our lights on all the time because it's inconvenient to shut a light off, just like your kids do at home. And they would like to renew their lease with us for another year. So that's what you have before you.
Questions or comments, commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Toma.
Wasn't there some agreement or clause that if you started to make money, you would pay more rent or something a year ago?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming over.
I can tell you right now, I don't recall something in the contract about making more money, but we did discuss it, and I can tell you that with the cost of moving, I couldn't afford more at this point in time, though we are getting more interest, so
Okay,
there's
Fair.
potential.
did you get that in the minutes? There's potential.
Trust me, every time I talk to Miriam, I ask her if she wants to buy the building, so. There's that.
I'd like to mention too that Ricky and Jean have done a great job. We've had very few issues at all, but whatever we've you had to deal with, they've addressed it quickly. And so I really appreciate working with the county.
Everything's working good for you as far as the facility and all that goes too?
The building works great for us. The security feature of the 2 doors to the lobby locking is actually, we really appreciate that for the safety of our kids and families. So,
So you're using the entire building?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, the punchline for Commissioner Toman is that you're already saving us money on utilities, so.
Okay, fine. No problem.
Any other,
I highly suggest if you guys ever have time to go over and take a look at what they're doing over there. I went over there, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, and they had a bunch of formulas up on their chalkboard and they were going through stuff. I actually have a picture on my phone that looked very similar, so it made my heart a little bit warm coming from an engineering background, so.
little better than a wet sleeve?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Slaughter.
just wanted to mention in conversations that I've had with our Public Works Director, Mr. Legursky, he has been very positive about this. So when I spoke with him yesterday, he was certainly in favor of us moving forward with this lease, and I would suggest that we do so. So I would make a motion that we renew the commercial lease agreement between Sweetwater County and Mastermind 307
And allow the chairman to sign.
and allow the chairman to sign.
Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a motion to approve the commercial lease agreement as presented by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Yes, I would second that.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I'll
Richards?
be abstaining from this vote.
Very good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
We understand your-
Motion is unanimous 4-0 with 1 abstention and Commissioner Richards. Moving right along into item 12, we've got the MOU between the Rock Springs Avengers Soccer Club and Sweetwater County, and we'll hand this one back to Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You could say that they are very topic, so that's a good thing. I'd like to thank Commissioner Richards and Commissioner Slaughter for the help on this. We met several times, finally got a good MOU that everybody can live with that I think will benefit everybody that uses that park to make sure that we comply with all the different BLM requirements and our duties as far as keeping that park open. The Avengers that came on board and they've always been a good partner, but I think we just solidified this in writing of what everybody would do. It's long overdue. Until we put it in action, we don't know exactly how it's going to work. I'm sure there'll be bumps in the road, but I think with this, we have a good framework of addressing any concerns or any other things that may happen.
Thanks, Gene. Any discussion on the MOU, Commissioners?
Where is the soccer field?
Do you know where the track club is?
Yeah.
There's softball fields and soccer fields on the,
West side?
I'll call it the west side,
Yeah, okay. I
the Green
thought
River
that.
side of that road right there.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to accept this memorandum of understanding between the Avengers Soccer Club and Sweetwater County for use, maintenance, and equipment needs of the soccer fields at Crossroads West Park and approve the chairman signing.
We're all
Thanks.
signing this one.
Yeah,
I think this one requires all of us, but very good.
it does.
We do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion?
Those have all.
I will be abstaining from this. The reason for the abstention is my cousin is the president of the Avengers Soccer Club. So as to not offer any influence on the vote, I will be abstaining. With that, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And I will abstain.
Thank you.
Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. And thanks, Gene. You got us pretty well caught up there, so. Appreciate that. Next up is a lunch break, Commissioners. So we will break at this time. Our next item is at 1:15. hopefully we can make that. I have my doubts a little bit, but we'll do what we can and we'll resume after lunch.
I like that cute little face up there.
Go. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. We have returned from lunch. Where we left off under tab D was item number 14. We've got a memorandum of understanding between Sweetwater County and the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. Here to present it today is Treasurer Mark Cowan. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Welcome back from lunch, commissioners. Part of the thing that I wanted to do in taking office was make it a little bit more convenient, a little bit easier to work with the treasurer's office. One of those things we did last year was the renewals only location at the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. So far, we've completed about 4,600 renewals at that location in the last year, which is pretty good. It's open only on Fridays, 9 to 4:30. So this MOU basically is just to continue that program. It's $1,000, which we get advertising. So the chamber advertises the services, also advertises anything else that the county's doing. And so we're kind of one of their premier sponsors over there. So I'm just asking that we renew that MOU so that we can continue doing the renewals location at the Chamber of Commerce.
Good deal. Thanks, Mark. Any comments or questions on the MOU, commissioners?
I think it's been a great thing, so I appreciate it.
You had a lot of feedback about it?
Really, really positive feedback. People love it. We get a lot of phone calls at the office for people just making sure that we're still there. We're still open, what the hours are. So really, really positive feedback. People love it. Yep.
Chamber still no problems there. They're enjoying it too.
Rick loves it. He's thrilled that we're over there. Those 4,600 people that have come through there, he's been able to advertise things that are going on in the community. People are able to see what the chamber does and see local businesses on display in the chamber. So it's a really, really good fit for us and for the chamber.
Good. Commissioner Richards.
I think it's a fantastic program. The only negative comments I've heard over the last not quite a year was Green River is the county seat and that's where government should be. But I think that is a very poor argument. This is where government is, but services should be where the people are. And I think this is a huge step in providing those services where the people are. So I fully support continuing this, if not expanding it.
Any other comments or feedback?
Yeah, I want office in Farson, no.
Staff
Yeah.
No, it sounds like it's been a good success on its rollout and a good partnership with the chamber, so we appreciate them too. If there's no other, hang on here, lost my spot. Comments on it, I'd entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between Sweetwater County and the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. Authorize the chairman to sign.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next up is item number 15. We've got an application for the deposit of public funds. Hand it back to Treasurer Cowan.
All right, so every year we have to get approval for the location where the county keeps our funds. So this year we have several banks, but we've also added on a couple of different locations where we're keeping our investments. So you'll see on there, we added Meter Investments, Peaks Investments, and we're also looking at adding some accounts with Stiefel. We don't have any funds stored there currently, but we look forward to. The intent of this is just to give more opportunity for investments brokers to give us different ideas and different things that we can invest in rather than just maybe one or two. And so trying to just widen that out so that we get multiple quotes on things when we're trying to look for investments. And then typical banks, nothing new there. Same locations that we're keeping funds at the banks.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions on the application for the deposit of public funds, commissioners? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the application for the deposit of public funds as presented.
Moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Pretty
Thank you
painless.
much. Yep.
Thanks, Mark. Item number 16 is next. We have a solid waste disposal district board appointment. If you recall, we had, I believe it was two members with terms that were expiring. One was Rick Kozad and one was Andy Hall, both of which did not want to serve again. So we have one vacancy remaining on this board, and we do have one application on file with Justin Bryant. Any discussion on the appointment?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move that we appoint Justin Bryant to the Solid Waste District Board.
Have a motion to approve Justin Bryant by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Lots of changes for this board. I know Commissioner Richards has been attending their board meetings, trying to kind of help them with some of their redirection with essentially a full slate and some new direction in their directors. So appreciate your work there, and I'm sure they'll be anxious to be fully staffed on that board. So
I guess I could have said in my commissioner comments, Mr. Chairman, but they have retained counsel and contracted with H&K out of Cheyenne, so they have counsel attending all their meetings. So some of the concerns about how they've been doing something, I think, will be alleviated. With that, they have some expert advice in how to do things legally. I know there was a lot of young personalities there that didn't have a lot of experience, but they're hitting the ground running. I think they're doing their best to do things right.
thanks for that. We appreciate you helping out too. This is going to move us right along to the final item of the agenda today. Arguably one of the more important items, which is the McGee Hernan Pies audit report. We do have MHP partner Stephanie Pickering with us. We're about 10 minutes behind, but we made up some pretty good time. So thanks for your patience and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I think is Rebecca in the room?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I knew she was going to come downstairs. Well, Chairman West and Commissioners, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Stephanie Pickering, and I am the partner that oversees the county's audit. I'm assisted by my manager, Kyle Groover, and then probably 3 to 4 other auditors that kind of help out throughout the course of the audit. So a larger team on our end to get the county's audit done this year. If it works with you all, I'm going to go ahead and screen share and just share a couple of our final draft deliverables today. So you will notice, let's see here, we get there. Can we all see the financial and compliance report? It looks like everyone can.
We can.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, I'm going to start today with the financial and compliance report. You will see that there is a watermark draft there dated yesterday. This is anticipated to be the final product for you all today. So once it goes through your approval, then the last step here in the audit process is to send out our representation letter to be signed by the elected Chairman West and the component units within the county. And then we will put this audit to bed for this year. But I am actually going to start today on PDF page 109 or actual page 97 if you happen to have that in front of you. As part of our audit process, we provide the county 3 separate opinions. And this schedule of findings and questioned costs that you see before you, I think really succinctly summarizes the results of the audit. And so rather than flipping back and forth through pages today, I just thought we would visit about this one. Because like I said, it breaks down every important thing that you all as the Board of Commissioners needs to know. So starting there at the top under section 1, financial statements, the first of the 3 opinions that we provide, of course, is the financial statement opinion. So our opinion on the financial statements, were they prepared in accordance with GAAP? Much like previous years, we have provided the county or will provide an unmodified or clean opinion. You can read the full opinion in all of its glory on page 1 of the financial statements if you wish, but the main important thing there is it's going to say the financial statements present fairly in all material respects. the financial position of the county. So as commissioners, that's exactly what you're hoping to read. Your electeds who participate with us throughout the course of the county's audit, that's what they're hoping to read as well. So an unmodified financial statement opinion there.
Hey, Stephanie.
Now, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but we do not have a copy of the audit report.
Oh, no. Yeah, so that is good to know there. I will, I'll bounce back and forth in here. So we'll jump to page 4. So here's a copy. Here's kind of the full opinion here. Do you need me to have someone email that out to you? I apologize that you all didn't get a copy of that in advance.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're up against the deadline to get this approved, but
yeah,
we have not seen it, so we probably
Oh
need to
yeah,
get that.
I apologize about that. I didn't realize that hadn't happened. Would you like me to pause really quickly and email them to you all so that you have those drafts in front of you? What would you like? What's the easiest?
Yeah, if you could, then we can more readily follow along. And
Perfect. Yes. Give me just a second. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop.
You can send it to Sally too, and she can forward if that makes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me let's see. I am going to pop off here really quickly and I will forward those to Sally. Give me just a second.
Just very quickly. Yeah. Maybe wise to do that. I think take a look at it. I don't know. I like the idea of just not having a chance to really review them.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get through all those sitting here right now.
All right, I just sent those to Sally. So Sally, if you wouldn't mind forwarding those when they hit your inbox, that would be great. And just let me know, Chairman, when you are ready to move forward again.
As we're waiting for that, Stephanie, there's a little concern because we have not had the chance to review this. I believe the deadline is the 31st of this month to get this approved. Is that accurate?
That is, yeah, it is. So 3/31 is the deadline to file the data collection form with the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. So we just kind of need to be in a position to at least be able to release that to the FAC on that day, even if it's not released to the general public at that time. But that 3/31 deadline is what we're shooting towards.
Okay. We may, I mean, we'll see what the temperature is of the board here, but we may have to have a special meeting to approve this, so it gives us a chance to formally review it. I mean, we'll proceed today, obviously, but.
Absolutely. I do apologize. I didn't realize you all hadn't received a copy of that prior to today.
Okay, it looks like we've got it. Thanks, Sally. So we're now with you.
Perfect. All right. So page 1 here, PDF page 4, when you're looking there, that will be the financial statement opinion that I just visited about. And then where I started on is PDF page 109. That's the summary of all of our audit results.
Hang on just a sec, if you could.
Yeah.
We've got a couple that haven't received it yet. Sorry about that. I jumped the gun.
Not even spinning. It's too funny.
I've got it, but I only go to page 98. I don't have page 109.
Maybe it shouldn't go in junk though, because you've been coming through.
Oh.
97 is actual page 97. I think I heard a little bit of commentary there.
It's not even moving. Like maybe it's offline.
Oh.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you.
No remarks.
Not much there, so.
No, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have-
I tried to refresh up here, but it won't even spin after I hit it. It's offline or something. Oh, cause it's big. It's coming through, Sally. It's halfway. Yeah. The bar's moving down there. Well, it was moving. Not moving. Yeah, well. She sent it twice, so it really bogged it down. Well, go ahead, I'll catch up.
Anyway.
We're gonna have time to read it anyway.
All right, go ahead, Stephanie. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Before I move beyond the financial statement opinion, does anyone have any questions?
No, because we haven't reviewed it.
I would say I am happy to be maybe a little bit more detailed in my presentation today and give you a little bit more background as we go. So let me go ahead and jump there, and we'll just talk about the opinion a little bit more here. The opinion layout itself is going to be very, very similar to last year. So if you had this year's copy of the report and last year's open next to you, there's really nothing that has changed in terms of our standards. The language is very much going to be the same as last year. In almost all of our opinions, the first section, the opinion section, talks about what we audited. So we audited the financial statements as of June 30th, 2023. And then the next paragraph of that opinion is going to always talk about what were the results. So as I had previously mentioned, the results for the financial statement audit were unmodified or a clean opinion. Now, in the case of the county, when you read through the body of that opinion, it's going to talk about the hospital and the fact that the hospital is audited by an auditor that is not us, and that their opinion comes from that auditor. Very, very same as last year, but just pointing that out there for you all as well today. The initial opinion on the financial statements also talks about how we audited with government auditing standards. That's just important for you all to be aware. Government auditing standards are just a little bit more robust than generally accepted auditing standards in the U.S. We have to look at internal controls a little bit more detail than under normal generally accepted auditing standards. So general awareness, the opinion says, be aware that these financial statements were audited in accordance with government auditing standards. Very similar to last year, there's some responsibilities paragraphs. So the financial statements are the responsibility of the county to prepare, including all of the underlying information. Our job then, of course, is to audit the financial statements. When you read through this paragraph, again, it highlights that we audited both in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as government auditing standards. Our job is to be...
she hit it twice. Well, it just now came right there.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Nope, that's great. Just wanted to make sure there were no questions there from you all. Our job is to remain professionally skeptical, use appropriate professional judgment during the course of the audit. We assess your risks of material misstatement in the financial statements, and then we design audit procedures to address those risks specifically. We look at all of your significant accounting policies. We make sure that those are appropriate. If there are significant accounting estimates that are used in your financial statements, we evaluate the appropriateness of those as well. And then the last bullet point there under the auditor's responsibility is just to consider whether or not we think that there would be a going concern issue for the county. Will you be able to operate as you do within the next 12 months? And of course, for the county, there's no such issues for us in regards to your ability to do so. The next couple of paragraphs in the opinion talk about required supplementary information. So governmental accounting standards have very explicit rules for required supplementary information and supplementary information. These two paragraphs in the opinion tell you what is required, what is additional information for you. And then the last paragraph is really important. It just says, because you are audited under government auditing standards, be aware that there is a second opinion on internal controls. It is really just kind of guidelines for the reader of the financial statements to look for that second opinion there. I'm going to jump back to page 92 because the other two opinions are kind of towards the back of the report. Does anyone have questions on this particular opinion or any of my comments?
Which document are you working from?
I am in the one that looks like this. If you can see mine, it is the Sweetwater County, Wyoming Financial and Compliance Report.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions, commissioners? Doesn't look like it.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, taking a look at that summary then here, the next opinion that we provide to you is a requirement of government auditing standards, and that is our internal control over financial reporting opinion. So as you can see here in the next couple of bullet points, we did not identify any internal control issues that are material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. As we consider the internal control over financial reporting for the county, had we identified any of those particular issues, we would be required to communicate those to you all in writing. And there are no such issues related to June 30th, 2023 to communicate to you all through that letter. In addition, we are also required to evaluate the county's compliance with laws, regulations, grant agreements, state statutes, etc., that have a direct and material impact on the financial statements. And if we find any non-compliance items in those issues, we are also required to communicate those to you through the same opinion or letter. As an example, a couple of those things that we look at would be your budget. Do you properly have a budget? Do you approve that? Is that presented in the financial statements? Another example is collateralization of your deposit accounts. So under state statute, you're all aware that those are required to be appropriately collateralized. Those are two examples of those compliance with laws and regulations that we look at. If we jump back to page, it's going to be PDF page 104, if you're jumping around with me. This is what that opinion looks like. And very similar to the financial statement opinion, it's laid out in the exact same way. Here's what we did. Here's what our requirements are. Had there been any issues, they would have been reported to you all through this letter. But it's a very clean, unmodified internal control opinion. So no issues to report to you all today that way. Now, the last opinion that we provide to you is your opinion over your compliance with federal awards. As you're all probably very familiar, the county receives a number of grants that are either directly awarded to the county or passed through from the state of Wyoming to the county. And it is our responsibility to audit for the county at least 20% of your federal funds every year. We always end up auditing more just based on kind of the concentration of where your federal dollars are. But for this year, we audited 4 programs, and those 4 programs are listed here on page 97 or PDF page 109. So the PILT program, we audited your expenditures or spending in relationship to the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, or CSL-FRF. We audited the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, and we also audited the TANF, or Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program this year. So 4 programs that were subject to audit. We identified no internal control issues that are required to communicate to you all in those programs. We also identified no compliance issues that are also required to be reported as findings. So clean and unmodified opinion there as well. That formal and full opinion is found on PDF page 106. If you're following along with me, or actual page 94 at the bottom, and it starts here with Independence Auditor Report on Compliance for each major federal program and report on internal control over compliance. So overall, wrapping up our opinions, again, our responsibility is to provide the county with 3 opinions. All 3 of the county's opinions were clean or unmodified this year with no issues reported in the county's report there. Now, the other thing, if you had audit findings from the prior year, we would be required to follow up on those. We would check on the status of any kind of corrective action plans that were put into effect. If you remember from the 2022 audit report, there were no financial statement findings. There were also no findings in your federal awards last year. So no such issues to report to you all on the status of those this year. Now, I'll jump around to a couple of other things in the audit report, since you all haven't had a chance to look at that, and maybe just give you my my kind of 30,000 foot view there. But any questions on the opinions today? All right, hearing none, maybe just a couple of things that I'll point out then for you all to kind of help you or aid you in your review. Your CFA, let's see. The CFA is on PDF page 98. So very similar to last year, similar location within the file or your audit report. Here's all of the spending, the schedule of expenditures of federal awards by the county this year. If you had this year's report open and you had last year's report open, so if you jump to actual page 90, the county had about a $6.7 million increase in federal expenditures this year. And there were two programs that were predominantly the driver of that increase. The CSL-FRF program, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, there was about $1.6 million in spending this year compared to a very nominal amount last year. And then the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, that's a brand new program for the county. You all had $3.7 million in spending this year compared to last year. So those 2 programs together, a little over $5 million there. That's the bulk of the increase in your spending this year. Any questions on the CFA?
That tribal assistance, that is like the duplicate bill
Yes.
that was authorized
exactly.
last year.
Yep.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. So audited very similar to that PILT program. I think if my memory serves, most of it, I think, was payroll for you all this year.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Let's jump to page then 16. I think it's PDF page 16. Your basic financial statements. You all probably remember that you basically have 2 sets of financial statements in your audit report. You have your full accrual financial statements, which are much more like a normal business or a for-profit business, and then you have your modified accrual financial statements or your fund level accrual statements. And those are going to be much more like your budget. So it's going to lay out, there are a few small differences between modified accrual and your budgetary basis, but in your brains, if you kind of think of modified accrual in the same vein as your budget basis, that kind of gives you a good guideline there. Looking at your general fund assets, were up about $2.9 million this year. Most of that is related to this new line, $6.5 million due from component units. This is 100% driven by the decision made by the commissioners to change the mill levies for component units, and the mineral ad valorem property tax change that went into effect at the state level a year and a half or so back, where those mineral production activities are basically collected in cash early. So the state assessed a mill levy for the component units, not knowing that the commissioners made a change. And so that $6.5 million is due from the component units to the general fund for that kind of switch and who's collecting the property taxes now. So that's a big driver there. You'll see your property tax receivable in the general fund is up a little bit at the end of the year. That's just driven primarily by increased valuations there. Now, if you look in the liability section for the general fund, you'll see that those also went up about $22 million. And 100% of that is driven by the unearned revenue line item. You can see that here at $35 million. That's up about $21 million from last year. Again, the mineral ad valorem property tax change, by and large, is the largest driver of this, as well as just unearned grant revenue, primarily with the CSL FRF program, where you have received that money in advance and you haven't fully spent that yet. Flipping to the general fund revenue, then, just looking here, it's up about $7.7 million from last year. That's almost totally attributable to your increase in grant spending. Again, the CSL FRF program and the local assistance and travel consistency fund spending there. The other great thing for this year is revenues are also up about $1.4 million attributable to investment gain. So last year, at the end of 2022, the market was down pretty good. The county had a loss there. This year, the market has recovered, and the county is reporting a gain on investments this year as well. So those two items are the biggest drivers there for your increase in revenues. Expenses, if you looked at expenses and you compared them to last year, general fund expenses are also up about $10 million this year. The sole large driver there would just be your capital outlay and the capital projects funded there. $9 million this year in total. That's up about $6.6 million from last year. Now, I had mentioned earlier the full accrual statement. So that begins on page 13 and 14. Really, all of the drivers that impact the general fund also impact the governmental funds at the government-wide level. The other thing that I thought I would point out for you all today is the net pension liability. You can find here in the liability section. So this long-term liability is only recorded at the government-wide or full accrual level. That is wholly dependent on Wyoming Retirement Systems and how that pension plan performs. So this year, that increased about $6.8 million. That pension liability can be very volatile from year to year. Some years that liability could be up. Some years that liability could be down. And it's really just driven by Wyoming Retirement Systems. The county, of course, records their proportionate share of that liability. But that's probably really the only big important thing maybe to point out here on those full accrual statements. Now, very similar to last year, after all of the financial statements, when you have the opportunity to get in and review, are the footnotes. Those begin here on PDF page 38, and they're going to be very apples to apples. So if you opened up last year's and you opened up this year's, the content and the information that's disclosed in the county's footnotes are going to be very, very consistent with last year. The one addition that is different this year has to do with your special purpose tax. There is a disclosure here in footnote 10 about that special purpose joint powers board. Gives a little bit of background for the reader, the financial statements about that and how the county is involved in that project. I'm going to skip now, if you all wouldn't mind, to another PDF that also should have come in that email to you all. And it will say Sweetwater County Joint or Report to the Board of County Commissioners. I will give everyone a quick second to navigate to that one. And Chairman, perhaps you'll let me know when it's okay to move forward with speaking about this deliverable.
So we've got two other attachments. One of them is labeled as the Sweetwater County, Wyoming Audit Committee Report.
Yep.
And then
That
the other
is
one is
one I'd like to visit about. Yep.
okay. It's the middle attachment. Everyone got that?
Got nine pages.
Yeah, the 9 PDF page.
Mhm.
I think we're good.
Perfect. This is informally called the Audit Committee Report. Our professional standards require that we communicate very specific things to you all as county commissioners or anybody deemed the formal term in our industry is those charged with governance. Really, this is like the key report, though, for you all to kind of know how the audit went above and beyond just what the opinions say. If we jump to kind of page 3 here, it'll talk about the things that are important for you all to know. And some of them I have casually mentioned already, but maybe we'll just more explicitly go through these for you all. About halfway down here on PDF page 4, it talks about accounting policies and practices. So again, the county is responsible for selecting appropriate accounting policies. The most important of those, how the county records certain important information that can be found in footnote 1 to the financial statements that we just looked at. And I had already mentioned adoption or change in accounting policies. The county did not adopt any new or significant accounting policies this year. There were also no changes to any existing accounting policies that the county already had in place. We also did not identify any significant accounting policies in controversial or emerging areas where there is a lack of authoritative guidance or consensus. As an industry, we think that that's really important for boards to know if there were, primarily just because those controversial or emerging areas requires judgment. And management judgment could potentially be different than ours as auditors. And if there were any kind of those new or emerging areas, there's just not a lot of great guidance on that. So as an example, blockchain or cryptocurrency is a really great example. If for some reason the county was investing in cryptocurrency, that might be an example of something that we would communicate to you all in this section. But of course, nothing today. We would also communicate to you if we had identified any significant unusual transactions. Those would be things that we think are outside of the scope of normal standard operating procedures within the county. No such items to report to you all this year. Significant accounting estimates, very similar to those emerging areas. There is judgment involved in that area, and the county does have a number of accounting estimates that we look at. And there is a separate section here in the report about that, and we'll talk about those here in a few seconds. Now, if you were going to hone in on anything in the audit report, just to kind of know some of the more important things, we do identify 2 footnotes for you all today. Footnote number 6 relates to the net pension liability with Wyoming Retirement Systems. And then note 18 is the county's other post-employment liability, or OPEB. We typically include those as sensitive disclosures that we communicate to you all, primarily because of their volatility and the significant dollar size of those balances. So please pay attention to those 2 footnotes when you have the opportunity to look at the financial statements. Attached to the representation letter, there were a number of adjusting journal entries that were provided to us after we received the trial balance for audit. Almost all of them were provided by clients. So this year, you all are very aware of the delays in the start of field work and just kind of gathering all of the information to prepare that for audit. Most of those PBC entries, with the exception of one, and I think that was a reclassification entry, were identified either internally or in conjunction between the county and your contract auditor or contract accountants at PMCH. If you wanted to look at those, again, that total list of AJEs provided to us is included in the representation letter. That's the 3rd PDF, and we'll talk about that shortly. Now, most importantly, our observations about the audit process. We encountered no disagreements with management over your application of significant accounting principles, any management's judgments, the scope of the audit, or any disclosures that should have been included in the financial statements audit. We are also not aware of any situations where anyone in management approached another auditing or accounting firm for a second opinion. We do, of course, know that the county engaged Porter, Muirhead, Cordy, and Howard as their consultant accountants, but we don't believe any of that consultation meant that they were disagreeing with a recommendation or anything like that we as your auditors proposed to management. We oftentimes discuss a variety of management or items with management every year. None of those matters resulted in a condition of our retention as the county's auditors. If there were, we would definitely communicate that to you all. No difficulties at all in dealing with management during the course of our audit. We also did not encounter any significant, difficult, or contentious matters that we felt we did not have the resources or the expertise to handle internally that required us to then consult with someone outside of our firm. The shared responsibilities and independence section, you can take a look at this as you have a few moments. Really, it just highlights the importance of independence and us as the county's auditors maintaining our independence to be able to appropriately opine on your financial statements. And then lastly, the summary of significant accounting estimates. As I mentioned, the county does have a number of these. Under auditing standards, our responsibility is to look at the accounting estimates, identify how the county uses, what kind of estimation process the county uses, and then conclude whether we believe that estimation process is reasonable or unreasonable. You can see here the ones that we consider to be the most significant: the pension liability, the OPEB liability. At the component unit level, Southwest Counseling Services, they have an allowance for uncollectible accounts receivable. And at the county level, the incurred but not reported claims on your self-insurance program. In all instances, we found the estimation process used by the county and or your component unit to be reasonable and had no adjustments to those estimates recorded in your financial statements. Now, lastly, is the representation letter. Any questions on our audit committee report before I jump to that final deliverable today?
Doesn't look like it.
Perfect. Now, lastly, I'm not going to go through this page by page. General awareness. The county is required to respond and attest through signature of this that they were truthful to the best of their knowledge during the course of the audit, that they provided us all of the information that we needed to appropriately comply with our standards, that they were truthful in any inquiries that we may have asked. Really just kind of says, we gave you what you needed to do your job, and we are attesting to that fact. It is signed by all of the electeds, as well as the chairman, and then each of the component units that we review. You'll notice that the hospital is not on here. The hospital has their own separate letter, since they are independently audited, not by our. And then, as I mentioned, here is the summary of recorded audit adjustments. A number of those are non-audit services, primarily with the pension. We prepare those with management's assistance. You'll see the ones that were provided by management are included in here as well. They're identified as provided by client entries there. Now, I know that you all haven't had the opportunity to look at any of these deliverables, of course. Can I answer any additional questions for you all today about the audit process, about items inside the financial and compliance report? I'd be happy to spend as much time as you all need from me today.
Thank you. So I guess overall, Stephanie, I mean, I know we're pushed up against the deadline this year, which is unusual as far as the extension goes. We've obviously had some changes within the office and, you know, sought out assistance through Porter Muirhead and all of that. Aside from that, I mean, are you seeing anything that we could be doing differently to get back on track as far as, I mean, typically these are towards the end of the year, calendar year I'm talking. Or is it just because of the changes and, you know, some staffing and things of that nature that have really, I guess, caused this delay?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think from our observation, it was almost totally attributable to just not having somebody in a position that knew how to gather all of the information from the various departments and component units, and then compile that information into a place that we could come in and audit. So I mentioned, of course, when we went through the opinions that we are required to look at your internal controls. There definitely wasn't anything outside of the ordinary that rose to a level of any concern there. So from us and our perspective, like I said, it really just had to do with that there kind of was one keeper of all of that information. And when that person wasn't in that position to be able to gather everything, there really wasn't somebody else on staff that had the skills, knowledge, and experience, and being able to pull all of that together. So once your contract accountant was on board, I really appreciate all of the assistance from Clerk Lane and her office. I think that they had a really steep learning curve, if you will, trying to gather all of the information. I mean, it was all housed in a great spot within your network. It just didn't mean anything to them. And so once they were able to onboard the contract accountant who kind of had that experience and could kind of go, things really went much smoother in terms of the audit process there. The downside is when things slip, you know, our office is booked. And so we have to kind of regroup, and it's a puzzle piece, if you will, to kind of put a job in our audit into an already full schedule. So there definitely were some delays that were caused by our office and just trying to reschedule something that kind of was in a place that normally doesn't fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously it exposed the importance behind cross training and being able to fill these gaps when we do have changes within a position or administration or whatever the case may be. So that is something that we've identified and will continue working on. I apologize, I guess, for waiting until the day of to let you know that we didn't have a copy of it. But in the past, there are times when, you know, it's presented the day of and we were a little bit uncertain, especially myself, because you and I chatted just last night that perhaps there were still some finishing touches being put on it. And so, sometimes that's just the way things roll out and we don't have that information until the day of the meeting. So that's a little bit concerning that this has been done and we were never given a copy of that, but that's neither here nor there aside from
Yeah,
the fact that.
I think that this is probably an example of, you don't know what you don't know and transitioning responsibilities. So in the past, we would have sent our deliverables to Bonnie, and I think Bonnie then would have made sure that those got to the appropriate hands. And that handoff probably wasn't as smooth this year, just because the knowledge of what that looks like probably wasn't there and in place. I think we provided drafts. We try internally, just for your knowledge. We try to provide drafts at least a full week in advance of a board meeting to allow you all time to look at that. So I think that drafts went out early last week, but again, didn't ever cross my mind to say, oh, hey, can we make sure that these get to the commissioners? So I apologize on that end.
Well, it's probably more of an internal thing, but we'll work through that. Are there any comments or questions, commissioners?
I'm waffling. Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Stephanie, I guess the ultimate view of this is we as county commissioners are looking for a clean audit for Sweetwater County. And in looking at this, and I'm a little overwhelmed moving back and forth through all these, having not seen them previously, but in looking through everything that you have presented, it looks to me that this would be a clean audit would be an understatement. So
Yeah.
I have in my many years of experience with our audits here at Sweetwater County, I don't ever remember a time where there weren't material weaknesses or some type of deficiency. So I'm very pleased with respect to the fact that things are going on very well here. I just wish we had a little bit more time to review some of this information, but thank you very much. And I would just ask, would you characterize this as being as clean an audit as you have been affiliated with Sweetwater County on, and what your feelings are with respect to that?
Yeah, I think that our opinions are very indicative of kind of how we feel, if you will. So unmodified, clean opinion, no items that we felt had to be reported, formally through that report. So beyond saying, a clean, unmodified opinion, I'm not sure that there's too much to add.
I think that
Definitely where we have been the last couple of years with the county. I think last year we didn't have any items to communicate to you all there either. I think next year, in terms of, professional skepticism for us, next year maybe is the bigger risk year for us, because the people in those role holders were there for the full 12 fiscal months. Next year, that might look a little bit different, and so our risk perspective maybe changes a little bit different for next year. But for this year, yeah, I don't have much to add there.
Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or feedback, commissioners? Well, I guess I would ask what the pleasure is of this board. I mean, obviously it's a good, clean, unmodified opinion, which is something to be proud of, but due to the lack of review, I kind of have a hard time proving it without doing the due diligence and being able to review it all, even with the clean opinion. So the options are, because of the 3/31 deadline, and even probably sooner than that, so that the auditing firm can do what they need to do, we would need to either approve it today after hearing that presentation, or host a special meeting over the course of between now and the 31st to get this approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones.
I would prefer to have a special meeting myself. I absolutely don't feel comfortable approving this. I mean, it's great information. I think it's probably all fine and dandy, but I think it's my job to look this stuff over before I approve it. So I'm not willing to do that. I don't know if we can do it as something as simple as a Zoom meeting. If we all have to come here, whatever, it doesn't matter to me.
Any other feedback?
I
Commissioner
would
Slaughter?
agree, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I won't be here next week, so might be able to zoom in depending on the timing.
So it sounds like we have a consensus on further review time. I guess that would be dependent upon when you all might want to host this. I believe Commissioner Richards is leaving Thursday, if I heard his report right earlier. We can either try and include him via Zoom, or we've got tomorrow, or when are you leaving on Thursday? First thing.
Thursday evening.
Thursday evening, so we've got time on Thursday potentially, or next week. I think we have to have 8 hours notice, I believe, for special meetings, so. What's everyone's schedules like?
I'm pretty good on Thursday. I have something at 11, but I can move some other things around. My 11, I can't.
Thursday, we've got the Natrium luncheon at noon in Rock Springs in the Bison Room. But we should be, I'm available after that, Thursday afternoon.
Stephanie, would you be available? I guess we should probably check with you too, in the event that there are any questions or clarification needed. I know you're busy as well. Do you have any
Yeah,
openings?
Yeah, I was following along. I don't have anything those days that I couldn't move around, so I'm really at your convenience. Please pick a time that that works, and I'd be happy to join again via Zoom.
Okay, thank you for that.
Chairman, morning of Thursday would probably work best for me if you want me in attendance.
And I can probably make that work. What about 9
I
that
can make
morning?
that work. Are you talking about meeting here, Mr. Chairman? Or what? You're doing a
Probably, yeah.
meeting or? Okay.
We can have a Zoom option available, but I think in order to do that, probably someone needs to be here, maybe. I'll plan on being here. How's that? And if
Okay.
others need to remote in, then.
I can be here at 9 on Thursday.
Okay, so if that works for you, Stephanie, it looks like this Thursday, the 21st at 9 a.m. We'll host a special meeting to revisit this audit report and formally approve, hopefully.
That is great. Will I receive a Zoom link from Sally?
You bet.
Perfect.
Well, thank you for the information and the report today. Sorry to delay this a little bit, but we feel like that's our due diligence to go back and have time to actually formally go through it all and gather any questions we may have prior to the approval. So
Nope, I appreciate that, and like I said, no problem on my end. I'm happy to meet again and answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Slaughter.
Just something else. Eric's testimony, is that,
9:15.
it's on Wednesday?
Tomorrow.
Correct?
Oh.
Okay. I had put it in on Thursday accidentally, so I've got it both, so I didn't want to have a conflict there. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay,
And if it's not a problem, I would like a Zoom option.
not a problem.
I'll try and be here, but if I could at least have that option.
Staff wise, is that good? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Stephanie. We appreciate your time today. Sorry for the mishap on our part, but
Oh.
thanks for your
Not at all.
cooperation, and we'll try and get through this on Thursday.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, commissioners, I don't think we need to take any action, right, John? We can just postpone and take it up in a special meeting as far as the approval.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a motion to postpone it.
Okay. We don't have to. Okay. So with that, we will go ahead and advertise accordingly, but once again, we will revisit item 17 under tab D, which is the McGee Hernan Pies audit report this Thursday, the 21st, in a special meeting here at the courthouse at 9 a.m., in which case we'll take up action for that specific issue. With that, commissioners, unless you all have anything else, that's all we have today, and this meeting stands adjourned.